past his arms and stuff, and it lands. It doesn't actually hurt the other guys, but it's sort of like they sort of hop up and down like, they're on hot coals or whatever because it's embers.
Okay, perfect. All right, so now it's Nidoqueen's turn up again, and James and Jesse and Meowth are just off to the side, kind of smirking, watching these 3 terrible misses on their boss's Pokemon. And Giovanni doesn't even have to say anything. Him and Nidoqueen are battle-hardened, have trained for years and years. Nidoqueen knows exactly what to do. And she, as 2 Pokemon pass underneath her where her tail is, she leaps onto her front hands and with 2 humongous feet commits a double kick on both of your Pokemon. So 1 kick at Zig and another kick at Buizel. And the kick on Zig is going to be a 20 not natural, 20 not natural on Zig, and an 18 on Buizel. So I assume those both hit?
You know it does.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's see. Buizel is water type. Zig is normal type. So this is a fighting type move. It's going to do double damage on Zigzagoon. So this is going to be 18 damage on Zigzagoon. And then another 7 on Buizel. So these 2 humongous feet just slam into Zigzagoon and Buizel, knocking them backwards. And Percy, you're up.
Zigzagoon is down but not out yet. Percy fires up again, tries to get Zigzagoon hype. Zigzagoon! Now that we've got it right where we want it. Headbutt! Is a 4 gonna do it, Joe?
No, it will not. No, it will not.
Excellent. That's my turn.
All right.
Dan, you guys think we should have maybe gone and gotten some more Pokemon before we came back to Pallet Town?
It's possible. Thews, you're up.
Seeing as how this looks not favorable for us, Thews kind of turns to run but trips over the box.
All right, Oak's parcel.
Can I guess for my turn, can I attempt to throw one of each of these to Percy and...
Absolutely. Percy and Hez, give me sleight of hand checks. See if you can catch this.
18 for Percy. Hell yeah.
6.
Right, so Thews, you chuck it at Percy, and Percy's got a bunch of dry chocolate in his hand, so it just sticks perfectly like wide receiver glove. Just sticks to his hand. Meanwhile, Hez gets hit in the back of the head, taking 3 points of damage, bludgeoning damage, but it falls harmlessly to the ground without busting. And all right, that's enough for your turn. Hez, you're up.
All right, I'm going to pick it up. Is there anything in the room that I could push over onto the Nidoqueen or otherwise use to gain an advantage?
You are outside of...
Fuck, I keep forgetting we're not inside.
There is a plaza in between the steps and the lab doors, and that's where you are at right now.
Didn't we walk up like a shit ton of stairs?
You did.
We did.
How close is Giovanni standing to the stairs?
Giovanni is the furthest away you could be because he's right outside the front door of Oak's Lap.
Shit. Darn. Fiddlesticks. Golly. I will use another ember.
Okay.
That is a natural 20.
That will do it, and that will burn Nidoqueen.
Oh shit. Burning is so powerful in this game.
That's huge.
What does it do again?
Burning. A burned creature's attacks.
I remember it from the fucking tournament because this guy burned me and I was like, holy shit, I should have been using flamethrower this whole time because it's impossible to win when you're burned.
Yeah, for those listening in our Discord or in a Pokemon 5e Discord I created, I did have a 3v3 tournament going on. That's what he's referring to. Burning. A burned creature's attacks deal half their normal damage. In addition, the creature takes an amount of fire damage equal to its proficiency bonus at the beginning of each of its turns until it faints or is cured of its burns. Nice. So, explain this attack.
And then, well, so let's see how much damage it does.
Yeah, roll the damage first.
So
But that
it's 1d6 plus 2, which means it's 2d6 plus 2, or I roll, or 2d6 plus
You
4.
double the dice. That's it. Double the
Okay,
dice.
that's what I thought. Monster 6.
Total damage?
Cool. For a 20?
Yeah.
Did you roll
Yeah.
a 1?
No, I rolled 2 2s.
Power move.
Perfect. All right.
So
but it is burned,
Vulpix rears back, takes a deep breath, and just puts her whole fucking heart into this blast that sort of gently caresses the Nidoqueen's belly, but does give her a small burn, which will rankle her for the rest of the fight.
That's right. It does. Yeah, it does. It does consume the Nidoqueen, and the Nidoqueen kind of stands strong, but you can see this large char mark right on her chest as, you know, the whole place just lights up, and Jesse and James and Giovanni all take a step back from this massive attack, a little less confident, and it is Nidoqueen's turn, up once again. 2 Pokemon around her. Another one just blasted this huge attack. Nidoqueen's going to charge right at the Vulpix with a poison sting. And she's going to roll a 10, which will
That
miss,
will not
right?
hit. Not
So
hit.
Nidoqueen charges at Vulpix towards the stairs, but as Nidoqueen kind of lowers her head, pointing this horn at Vulpix, Vulpix easily leaps out of the way, and Nidoqueen goes charging past. And Percy, you're up.
We're winning!
Giovanni is
Hez
gritting
yells,
his
we're
teeth.
winning!
Percy, you're up.
I want to keep. I actually did recreate off the record Ziggy Marley again, which is great because it reminded me that Baby Doll Eyes is awesome.
Yep.
Yeah,
Pretty sweet.
So I'll be taking a look at that here. But that being said, his best attack is Headbutt. So Percy, staying true to the plan and seeing the devastating ember from Hez's Vulpix, Percy is even more invigorated than usual, flips open the Pond Pilot and points it at Nidoqueen, first off to get a read.
All right, so you flip open this Pokédex and point it at Nidoqueen's rear end since it's facing away from you, and it chimes and it says,
Exactly what I thought. In that case, Ziggy, use a headbutt. Will a 17 do it?
17 will do it.
Woo!
Yeah!
For 11 damage.
Holy fuck.
Hell yeah!
What's it look like?
Fuck the cops. We're gonna do
Goddamn.
this.
Were you gonna call the cops?
Well, not if we're winning.
I mean, maybe. You don't know. What does it look like? It looks like...
You are, like,
So
Nidoqueen
Zigzagoon's
just
still
charged
behind it.
past you. Yeah, right.
So, Zigzagoon definitely runs up Nidoqueen's tail and gets up onto Nidoqueen's shoulder and then just rears back and headbutts Nidoqueen in the side of the head so hard it just kind of like rolls back down Nidoqueen's tail. Not does like hurt itself, but it's just kind of like, and it like falls back behind Nidoqueen, but a crippling headbutt.
Yeah, I think with 11 damage, I think the head falls right into the squishy part in between Nidoqueen's skull and spine and drops Nido to the ground. Just kind of like collapses forward after it misses this Vulpix. And Thews, you're up. And you hear Giovanni just say, "No!" from the background, just furious, fuming. And Jesse and James are kind of looking at each other and looking back at Giovanni, just kind of a little freaking out right now.
Oh, Weasel, you're basically useless. Trico, get out here. So I'm gonna switch to Trico.
Okay, sweet. All right, sweet. So you open up Weasel's Pokeball, and in a flash it returns, and immediately Trico is in its place. And Hez, you're up.
Okay. I guess I can't double burn.
You cannot.
the Nidoqueen. But on the other hand, I could just hit it again.
Correct.
Ember. That's a 22.
That will hit.
Which will double burn the Nidoqueen if that was mechanically possible. This time I roll a 5, so I'm going to do 7 damage, which is more than when I got a critical hit last time.
Nice.
And I will also use Quick Attack, which I've been forgetting to use
Okay.
as a bonus action. That is a 16.
That will hit. Just hit.
Okay. 1.
1 damage. All right, sweet. So you burn and then quickly strike the back of the Nidoqueen
She
as it's
darts
down.
toward the Nidoqueen, blasting up at his face, gets a solid hit in, and then just like very lightly taps her on the ankle as she slides between her legs.
All right.
And she's like, ah, fuck, what the fuck?
The Nidoqueen is not yet bloodied. It gets up on its feet, furious, lets out another Jurassic Park-like roar,
You taking
and
that proficiency damage?
opens its mouth. Yes, it does. Thank you. Still not yet bloodied. It opens its mouth and roars, firing an ice beam at the Zigzagoon, who just headbutted in its juicy part. And that's going to be a 13.
That'll tie.
That'll hit, so con save, please.
A 3.
That will miss. So, let's do the damage first, or that will not do it. 6 plus 3 plus a 9. That's 15, 18 plus 21 ice damage to Zigzagoon. Does that down it?
It is down to 2 HP.
Okay, so Zigzagoon gets blasted by this ice beam, throwing it backwards towards Percy's feet. And as it skids to a halt, Percy, you look down and you see that it is frozen solid.
Cool. Very good.
And you are up.
I'm sorry to do this, Zigzagoon, but you might have to faint here. Headbutt!
She's got to break out of the ice first.
11 to break out of the ice.
Okay, frozen solid. A frozen creature is incapacitated and restrained in combat. It can attempt to break free of the ice with a DC 15 strength save at the end of each of its turns. So, that doesn't do it.
That doesn't do it. Good stuff. Way to go, gang.
So Zigzagoon barely twitches as it fails to act. And Thuse, you're up.
All right, Trico, it's our turn. Quick, pound it. Natural 20.
Oh my god.
Taking it to Pound Town!
Take it into pound.
What's the damage?
So, damn, that 20 only applies to the pound, not quick attack, right?
Not
Correct.
to the town.
Yeah, not to
Not
the
to
town.
I don't get to take
Just
it to
the
pound town.
Right.
8 damage.
8 total damage. Nice. And you want to do quick attack too?
That was including quick attack.
Oh, you
just
got to make a hit on quick attack.
did it? Oh.
Yeah, you got to make an attack roll.
Okay, 19.
Yeah, that'll hit. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're good. So 8 total damage. Okay, so Nidoqueen is a little closer to bloodied. Not quite there yet. Hez, you're up.
I will use an Ember. 6.
That'll miss. That'll miss. So this time,
What about a quick attack? 15.
that'll also miss.
Okay. I will choose to miss my attacks.
Okay. So 2 attacks miss on the Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen's turn is up. It gets up. It runs at the Vulpix, who just attempted... Actually, no, Trico. It throws Trico off of its back and attempts to swipe at it with a poison sting on Trico. And that's going to be a 22, not natural.
Wait. Okay.
What? You want to do baby doll eyes?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
go for it.
I'm gonna do baby doll eyes.
So that's disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
So that is a reaction that imposes disadvantage on an attack. So I'll roll again. That's also a 22, not natural.
Cool.
Obviously not natural 22. I don't know why I'm saying that.
Natural
Okay, poison
22.
sting. That's gonna do 14 times 2 because Trico is grass type. 28 poison damage to Trico. Still up?
I feel like you know the answer to this.
Wait, I'm also confused. I did 18 and then 22 damage to Zigzagoon. Zigzagoon should be down, right?
Oh, I
like
only
40
captured
damage.
the 22. Yeah, it has 24
no.
HP.
The double kick earlier was 18 damage.
Oh shit, yeah, Zigzagoon's mega down. Mega down.
Okay.
Mega dead.
We'll
All
just
right, so-
well, it was frozen. It realized while it was frozen, it was like, oh man, I'm actually way worse off than I thought.
And just passed out.
It just
All right, so after this this huge attack by Trico, Nidoqueen throws it off, slams it with a poison sting, and Trico goes flying into the air, landing in Thuz's arms, fainted. And Thuz, you want to send out your other Pokemon then?
Yeah.
out
Weasel
comes
again?
She-Dot. Come on, Gumball.
So Seedot and Weasel enter the battlefield, and Percy, you're up. Down to one
C-Dot
Pokemon.
is going to use Bide. All right, C-Dot, take all the punishment you can. And then, as usual, he grabs C-Dot and just holds him out in front of, himself to take all the brunt of the damage here.
Okay, perfect. Thuz, you're up.
Seeing as how we're not really getting anywhere, this contraption thing has a is there like a call assistance? Can I dial 0 for help?
You can call the cops if you wish from this Pokédex.
We should have just done that to start with. I'm gonna call the cops for help.
All right. So you dial, and there's like a little button. It's like a little red button that just has what's clearly a police officer on it. And you push this button, and you just hear on the other line, you hear, "Officer Jenny Palatown, how may I help you?"
Help! Help!
What? Where are you? Who is this?
There's a Nidoqueen. Can you bring a Nidoking? They're looking for companionship.
What? I don't even understand that.
That's not
Where
how
are
that
you?
works.
It should be.
Tell them where we are!
We're at Professor Oak's, right?
Yes.
I don't
Yes.
know.
Send them
Anita
out!
Queen.
Send all the police!
We're all right, on our way. And she clicks and hangs up, and from the distance you hear sirens start to blare as Jenny and the officers are on their way. Team Rocket stands unfazed. Hez, you're up.
I think this time, I'm going to try an Ember. That is another 6.
Miss.
And the quick attack is a natural 20.
Okay, that'll do it.
Wait, do I have enough PP? I sure do. PP. Monster 4 on that critical hit.
All right, 4 damage brings it down to bloodied. So this
Hell
quick
yeah.
attack from Vulpix strikes the Nidoqueen, and you can sense she is breathing a little heavier.
How's that
Little
burn looking?
Bit of Pokemon ooze seeping out as the burn is really getting to her. I forgot to take the proficiency off, so she's a little bit more bloodied. And it's Nidoqueen's turn. Once again, the burn takes hold. So I'll mark that down. And she just got done downing this Trico, so she's going to turn finally to the Vulpix, pissed at all this flame action that has been kind of burning at her body and really harming her. And she's going to focus her entire double kick at the Vulpix. So 2
Hell yeah.
attacks on Vulpix. The first one's an 18.
Baby doll eyes.
First one's an 18. Baby doll eyes,
Baby doll eyes.
disadvantage.
Yep.
Okay. That's a 26, so
18
the
will
first
hit.
one will do it. So that's the first double kick. All right, second double kick. That's only a 10.
Hey! That
So
will
the
not
first
hit.
one does hit, and that's going to deal 13 normal damage to Vulpix. So Nidoqueen spins around, collides with Vulpix on the first kick, and Vulpix goes flying backwards just enough to miss the second swing around by Nidoqueen, and it kind of slides to the ground. And Percy, you are up. Now at this point, you hear the sirens a little bit louder, but still not yet close.
So Percy holds strong with the bide on C-Dot, but like jiggles it in front of Nidoqueen to try and get Nidoqueen's attention.
Give me a
A jiggle check.
a jiggle check. What would that be? A persuasion, maybe,
It's like a taunt.
or intimidation?
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
For
not
sure.
intimidation.
Yeah.
Okay,
think,
so that's a
Percy's
2.
got a
That's a 2. Let me check. Charisma plus 1. So 3 total.
Well, I guess I'll roll to see if it can combat that. It's a 15. Nidoqueen does not notice, does not care about the tiny nut Pokemon. Thews, you're up.
Hearing the sirens get louder, Weasel, all we need to do is save a little time. The police are on their way. Tackle him!
God, we are the worst heroes ever. Like, let's wait till the police get here.
7.
7 will miss.
Weasel, just exasperated at this point, just starts to take off running and then just stops and just lays down.
Just heavy breathing.
It's like,
All right. He's given up. Hez, you're up.
Okay. Vulpix endured that last attack, but only barely. And because she's in such bad shape, I'm going to go ahead and use Ember.
How many do you have left?
Like a fucking ton.
Oh, sweet.
Like 10.
Like Infinity Ember.
That is a 20, dirty.
That will hit.
It's pronounced Dierte.
A Dierte 20, and then 7 on the damage roll.
All right.
I will
Nice.
follow that up with a quick attack,
All right.
which is a 6.
That will miss. Quick attack misses, but the burn takes hold and more flames lick at the Nidoqueen's side as it is up once again, hurting pretty badly as the sirens close in, getting much, much closer. You can hear them very loudly now. Jesse and James are kind of looking around, looking at Giovanni, wondering what he's going to do. The cops are about to show up. They can hear the sirens. Nidoqueen's not looking good. They didn't prepare for this, but Nidoqueen still stays strong. She's going to use another double kick on Vulpix.
C-Dot.
On C-Dot.
Baby doll eyes. My final baby doll eyes.
Okay, well, the first one was a 25, so baby doll eyes is good. And then a 22.
Good lord.
God damn.
So, Vulpix is going to take another 13 normal or fighting damage. That's on the I'm sorry, that's on the first one. Two of them.
You know
Okay.
what? Don't worry about the second one.
Well, so the first one downs Vulpix.
Yeah.
Okay, Vulpix flies through the air, faints, lands in your arms, Hez, and Nidoqueen turns to the C-Dot. For the second.
And you just
For
hear
the
Percy
second-
mumbling, "This is it. This is it."
Nidoqueen turns and menacingly charges at the C-Dot for the second double kick, which is a 22, which will do 10 total fighting damage to the C-Dot.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hold on.
It didn't kill it, right?
No, it doesn't kill it. Kill it.
Percy, give me a strength check.
Natural 1. What's that get me, Joe?
So the Nidoqueen hits both the C-Dot and Percy as it comes charging forward with this foot attack. It was just trying to knock the C-Dot out of Percy's arms, but Percy's body is far too large. So you are also going to take 10 fighting damage, Percy, as you both fall to the ground and C-Dot flies from your arms and lands about 15 feet away from you. But it's your turn.
Cool. So bide lasts for up to 3 turns. Can I have it like gather more damage? Is that how that
Yeah.
works?
You could. Yeah, for one more turn.
Okay. So I'm gonna have C-Dot. So Percy's like, C-Dot, oh no! And he like runs over and he scoops up C-Dot, just like tries to wipe some dirt off C-Dot's face, but just smears his forehead with chocolate. And he goes, C-Dot, you can hang in there one more time. And then Percy takes a 4-step drop and holds his action until Nidoqueen's next attack, and he's gonna fire a spiral to try and get C-Dot in the way of this attack.
Okay, that's awesome. I'll let you prep a reaction for that. Thews, you're up.
Thews being thoroughly confused by Percy's strategery. Weasel, I have no idea what's going on here, but the cops are on the way. Just a little bit longer. Get his attention. And we'll use growl.
Okay, nice. So what do I have to do for that one?
You have to make a wisdom save against my move DC.
All right. That is a 15. Does that pass?
Yeah.
Okay. Nidoqueen is unfazed, unintimidated by this, but whips around hearing this growl and stares down Buizel for the next attack. Now Hez is up.
All right, Hez sent out Zigzagoon,
Mm-hmm.
his other Pokemon, and Zigzagoon is going to use a headbutt. 20, dirty,
That'll hit.
11 damage.
11 damage.
Yep,
All right.
headbutt's OP.
Nidoqueen's not looking great. Nidoqueen's up. It's going to charge. So the Zigzagoon kind of like slammed into its body with a headbutt. So Nidoqueen takes its eyes off of Buizel and attempts a poison sting on Zigzagoon. It rears back its head and it starts to thrust it forward at the Zigzagoon. Percy, you want to use a reaction here?
Yo!
It's a poison sting.
It's going to do double damage. Zigzagoon goes ahead, not knowing what C-Dot's about to do, uses Baby Doll Eyes.
Percy unfazed. Cocks back and does a very Uncle Rico throw the football over the mountains like sidearm and wings C-Dot in hopes to add on to the bye damage. C-Dot is stout. We went full constitution with C-Dot. I feel confident here.
All right, so I'm going, and it does do half damage, so it's basically going to do normal damage because of the burn as
that's
well.
right.
So, so this attack's going to go on C-Dot then, because of your reaction, and that's going to be a 14.
14
that hit C-Dot?
hits.
Okay, so the damage is going to be 12.
Yes! Yes!
Does that down it?
No.
Nope.
C-Dot has 32 HP, baby. Let's go.
All right. So Nidoqueen pierces C-Dot's body with this horn, seeping some poison into it in midair as it's stuck there like a skewer. And Percy, it's your turn. Nidoqueen has 14 hit points left. You hear the sirens blaring. You hear footsteps coming up the stairs.
Natural 20. Natural 20.
Unleash the fury! And you just see C-Dot starting to glow and just get larger and larger. Does a 19 do it?
19 will hit.
Boom! So that is 56 damage. Nope, that's not true.
My God.
That's not true. 44 damage, right? Because it was 10 then 12.
Yeah. So you double it
Yep.
with Bide. You kill the Nidoqueen. What happens? You faint the Nidoqueen with C-Dot.
Yes,
What
please tell
happens?
me what that looks like.
You just kind of see C-Dot glowing, start from the tip of its acorn. It starts glowing more and more. And finally it just explodes in this like white light, and you just hear like and then the Nidoqueen just kind of wavers back and forth and falls over, and C-Dot just whirls around and fires a wink at Percy.
Amazing. And you see Jenny and the officers rush up the stairs and point at Team Rocket, but Giovanni returns his Nidoqueen, totally red-faced, furious, and quickly releases this giant bird Pokemon, this humongous Pharaoh, the biggest Pharaoh you've ever seen. He clasps onto the Pharaoh's feathers as Jesse and James join him, and he yells down to your group and he says, "You haven't seen the last of Giovanni. You have not seen the last of Team Rocket." And they soar off into the sky, far away from the scene. Officer Jenny and the officers come. They surround the area. They wrangle you all up, start interrogating you. You see a few of them rush into Professor Oak's lab, where they bring Professor Oak up, and you can sense that he's still breathing. He's very woozy. An ambulance comes, and he's taken out in a stretcher to the local hospital, and you have saved the day.
Probably could have just killed us with the Furo.
With all the witnesses, all the cops.
So the cops are here now?
Cops are there. That's it.
Nothing to see here, officers. We went ahead and handled it. Hands gives him a little salute.
You are each given a key.
Strolls over
to
towards his
Palatown.
house.
You're each given a key to Palatown, and the town rejoices.
The key to Palatown.
The key to Palatown.
Let's go.
All right. Hope you all enjoyed Pokemon 5e. That's the final part of our one shot. Have a good one.
Hey!
Bye.
Last but not least, I'd like to thank our $5 patrons: Metal Minister, Michelle Stevens, Joseph McCarthy, Edward Coe, Charles Hollow, Joe All, Christian McAdams, Dr. Poga, Gino S. Murata, Jace Harper, Chris Nelson, Zachary Robert Crowley Barros, The Stone Druid, 8-Bit Wizard, James Josiah Clontz, Uncles of Benefits, Daniel Miles, Jaeger, Raver E. Alice, Petey, Super Average Jason, Andrew Fontenot, Fabtastic, Ursula Bertea, Cody Irwin, Shepard Tiberius, Jimmy the Penguin, Austin Pence, Tim Searle, Liquor Locker, JJ Holler, Tucker Barkley, Pat Manads, Kevin DeHart,
Hello there! Welcome to the world of Pokemon! Or should I say, welcome to the world of Pokemon and technology. My name is Spruce. People call me the Pokemon Historian. This world used to be inhabited by creatures called Pokemon. For some people, Pokemon were pets. Others used them for fights. Myself, I study the history of Pokemon's extinction as a profession. First, what is your name? You meet in a tavern? Right. So your name is You Meet in a Tavern. This is your rival. He has oppressed the people of the world through the forced implementation of advanced technology and military force. What was his name again? Eugene. That's right. I remember now. His name is Eugene. You Meet in a Tavern. Your very own Pokemon legend is about to unfold. A world of dystopian nightmares, environmental collapse, and species extinction await. Let's go!
Hello and welcome everybody to You Meet in a Tavern presents Void. I am Kirk Dubé, going to be the Dungeon Master for Season 2, alongside Christopher Jamal Tins Nasty Tinseldorf Tinsley. How you holding up, my guy?
Doing pretty good.
Tinseldorf is something I've been thinking about. Now that I said it out loud, isn't nearly as awesome as I thought it would. It was gonna. So we can just kind of like leave that one behind.
We'll take that one to the workshop.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and set that one aside. So, as I mentioned, this is going to be episode 0, is what we're calling it, and we're essentially going through the character creation portion of this individually. So nobody's going to know what each other's characters really are, what their backgrounds are. So that's kind of what we're going to be doing here. So before we jump into that, to appease our new listeners, to kind of give them an idea of what we're going to be doing this season, and to kind of bring along our maybe more traditional D&D listeners that aren't familiar with Pokemon at all, that are starting with a blank slate and don't really understand what they are. I sympathize with that 100%. And we're going to make this so you don't actually have to have a lot of working knowledge to start. So just a quick crash course. Pokemon are little monsters that are imbued with elements. Essentially, they're imbued with elements, for example, like fire, water, grass, lightning, and they can produce attacks or do things with those powers. Essentially, we're just using that framework to drive this story and all the supplements that Joe has written up that are available at no cost in our Discord. So I think that's a pretty easy crash course in what we're doing and what people actually need to know to get started. Tins, anything you want to add to that?
No, I think that pretty much covers it. I mean, it's the year 2019. You probably know what Pokemon is. I hope. And if not, welcome to the Poke universe. It's going to be a weird one.
It's going to be a weird one for sure. So, to give everybody, I want to read everybody the background that I sent them for them to kind of use to guide their character creation. So I'm going to read this once, and hopefully I don't have to read it for the next two guys, because I'm not going to. Tins just happens to be the first one we're doing, so I'm going to read it right now. Set 250 years after Red of Pallet Town became the Kanto Pokemon League champion. You can Google what that's about. Again, not relevant to the story, but it gives a basis for a timeline. We are introduced to a Kanto that, much like the rest of the planet, has gone through a massive industrial and technological boom. Due to this enormous tech boom, opening up all access to corners of the world, regional Pokemon were brought to all the other regions. However, Pokemon who once roamed freely are now incredibly rare at sight. Almost no civilian has a Pokemon to call their own, and widely believed that Pokemon are going extinct due to the humans no longer needing to rely on them for various tasks, and that compounded by the loss of their habitat. No one expected the rapid decline of Pokemon that occurred in the last 75 years, the population taking an unnatural dive. The need for Pokemon has become void. There are no more Pokemon trainers, the Pokemon League has dissolved, and gym leaders are a thing of the past. Tins.
Yes.
Tell me about your character, my friend. Give us a name, a description, and a little bit of a background for the folks at home.
All right. My character's name is going to be Jimmy Abagnale. Just Jimmy to his friends. And Jimmy is from... Shit, I texted it to you earlier, and I forgot what it's called because I didn't play this generation.
Castelia City.
Jimmy is from Castelia City. Yes, that's right. Castelia City is in the Generation 5 Pokemon country called Unova. And Unova is basically based on New York City, and Castelia City is pretty much Lower Manhattan. So it's like a giant skyscraper jungle, pretty much. And so the way we're kind of playing this in this dystopian future setting that we're doing, one of the main kind of themes of this dystopia is ecological catastrophe. And so the way that I kind of design this character will say, actually, so he's from Castelia City in the sense that that's where he spent most of his life, but we'll say he's from one of these ones over here, like New Vima Town. And Nuvema Town is kind of like southeastern Brooklyn on a map of New York City. So basically, the way the world looks now, when this ecological catastrophe struck, all sorts of terrible calamities face the population, and only the very rich skyscraper-dwelling citizens of Castelia City were able to build the infrastructure they needed to protect their quality of life. So I'm going to say Castelia City is still like a shining, gleaming, Manhattan-esque city. There's walls around the edges of it to protect from flooding. There's air filters in the air, and it's like still kind of an urban paradise on earth if you can get in there, which most people can't. Conversely, if you go over to the parts of Unova that are like Brooklyn, Queens, that side of the city to the east is completely flooded out. My hometown, Nuvema Town, totally flooded, basically gone. And over to the west, the New Jersey section of Unova is like a desolate industrial wasteland that's covered in smog all the time. So that's kind of the situation where Jimmy grew up, and Jimmy was raised by his father, who is sort of a legendarily successful con man. And he raised Jimmy to be the same. And the best thing you can do as a con man is find a rich mark. So they headed over to Castelia City, where they kind of used guile to get in with the local populace, always, playing one scam or another, always tricking people out of money, and surviving that way. And basically, Jimmy is chaotic neutral. He learned to only look out for himself growing up. He's always trying to get an angle on people. And the only person he ever looked up to was his father, who a few years before the beginning of this campaign, finally a bookie caught up to him and killed him. So he's kind of alone in the world. He's traveling around, still running scams, just sort of trying to figure out what the next thing in his life is going to be. That's where he's at the beginning of the campaign.
Excellent. Very in-depth background, which I'm sure everybody certainly appreciates. I do, because now I have context to what I'm putting you through here. So tell us what, did you say Abignale?
Abignale.
Like,
Jimmy
like
Abignale.
a big nail?
No, Abagnale. It's based on the guy from Catch Me If You Can. I forget his first name.
I swear on my life, I typed it out on my page. Abignale, and I was like, a big nail is whatever.
Abignale, Abagnale, based on the famous Frank Abagnale, played by Leonardo DiCaprio in Catch Me If You Can.
Beautiful. So, what does Jimmy Abignale look like?
Jimmy is in his kind of like mid-20s. He kind of dresses up in whatever the situation may call for, whatever kind of con he's running may call for. He does, as part of his charlatan background, I should have mentioned this before, which gives him an extra proficiencies in I believe deception and sleight of hand, but let me make sure that's right. Yeah, deception and sleight of hand. He also has a set of fine clothes and a disguise kit, so he can kind of end up being whoever he needs to be. But generally speaking, on a day-to-day basis, he just wears simple black button-down shirt, black pants, a little disheveled, and sunglasses, so he can keep an eye on people without knowing he's keeping an eye on them.
Wonderful. So you said proficiencies through your charlatan background in deception and sleight of hand. We're about to roll up your character stats here.
Yep.
Does that mean we're looking at dex and charisma for your character?
Absolutely charisma. I guess sleight of hand is controlled by dex, right? So that would be what I would be going for next. Yeah. And I also picked since Charlatan gives me 2 additional proficiencies, my original 2 proficiencies that you get through character creation, I made persuasion and performance. So Jimmy is really like a straight up, besides animal handling, which everybody has in the Pokemon system, he's pretty much a straight up like speechcraft character in the traditional RPG sense.
Wonderful. I'm excited. I'm excited to really put you to work on that, because I think it's gonna be pretty useful for your group.
Yeah.
I will say this. I did get everybody the opportunity to level set with each other, kind of the direction they were thinking of going, so we don't have essentially 3 fast talking charlatans in the group. So we do drive a little bit more diversity within the 3 than that. But let's roll up some stats.
How are we doing it?
What did we do last time? Because my memory is blanked.
Let's see. Did we do, what are the normal? Is it 3d6 drop or 4d6 drop lowest and drop 1s?
Yes. Let's do that. Or re-roll 1s.
4d6. Okay.
I'm gonna make a note of that because I'm gonna make everybody do it this way. Drop lowest, re-roll 1s. So let's see what you get.
Okay, I got all 12s, 13s, and 14s. Is that how we rolling for?
I actually don't mind that.
Something?
No, I'm gonna change some of these up. Because 13's a +1, 12 is a plus. I think 12 might be a +1 as well, and 14's might be +2.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. Can I drop my 12 down to a 10 and bump one of my 14s to a 16? Just so I can have like the top, like one really good stat, which will be charisma.
So
or why don't I drop 2?
Yeah. So what I'm going to do here for you, your 12 will become a 10. Your 13 will be a 13 will become an 11, and then you'll have a 15 and a 16.
Okay.
And then that's what I'm going to give everybody, actually. I think it'll just be easier that way.
So a 10, 11, 2 13s, a 15, and a 16?
Yeah. And again, I'm doing this for this campaign. It might be stronger than what normal characters start with. However, you got to remember that a lot of the characters' actions are actually through the Pokemon themselves, not necessarily all their actions. So it's the stats of their Pokemon are actually very weighted in an important fashion. So giving them some bonuses here really helps for like outside of combat type scenarios and things like that, which I don't think is that far out of reach. So I've got a 10, an 11, a 13, a 14, a 15, and a 16. Is that right?
I have a 10, an 11, 2 13s, and a 15 and a 16.
I want it to be 10, 11, we'll say 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, whatever. All the way up till you get 16.
So turn a 13 into a 14.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I will do, so charisma is my main stat, 16, 15 dex, 14 intelligence, 13 con, 11 strength, and 10 wisdom. Actually, I'll do 10 strength and 11 wisdom. I'm not a physical character.
Okay.
So, and that gives me +4 or 5 in all of my key proficiency stats, except animal handling, which I guess is animal handling wisdom?
Animal handling, I thought, was either wisdom or charisma.
It's got to be wisdom.
It's wisdom.
It's got to be wisdom, or else I'd get a bonus.
But that makes sense. I think for your character, given its background, I think not necessarily having an animal handling proclivity outside of the context of the game with the character you built, I think that makes sense. I don't think we need to nerf that or bolster it up or whatever. So we've got our character. You've described them a little bit. What do people need to know about Jimmy jumping into this campaign outside of his background? How is he going to play in the sandbox with the other characters, you think?
We'll have to see what the scenario that brings us all together is. Like I said, Jimmy is really in it for himself, kind of a mercenary, not one for making close relationships or being altruistic. So Certainly going to be going into a team dynamic with a little bit of mistrust. And I don't know, at least in the beginning, I don't know if the rest of the team should trust him either, necessarily. So he'll definitely be looking for what he can get out of this situation from the get-go.
I like that mindset. Tins, I think that buttons up your character. We've got stats. We've got a background. We've got a look. We've got chaotic neutral written down, a preposterous last name spelled a big nail. And the question everybody out there is asking is, what's your Pokemon, Tins? And the answer to that is, he has no idea, because that's going to be part of the game, baby.
Cool.
So thanks, everybody. This has been the first part of our episode 0 kickoff for You Meet in a Tavern Presents Void.
Hello there. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. Or should I say, welcome to the world of Pokemon and technology. My name is Spruce. People call me the Pokemon Historian. This world used to be inhabited by creatures called Pokemon. For some people, Pokemon were pets. Others used them for fights. Myself, I study the history of Pokemon's extinction as a profession. First, what is your name? You meet in a tavern? Right. So your name is You Meet in a Tavern. This is your rival. He has oppressed the people of the world through the forced implementation of advanced technology and military force. What was his name again? Eugene. That's right. I remember now. His name is Eugene. You meet in a tavern. Your very own Pokemon legend is about to unfold. A world of dystopian nightmares, environmental collapse, and species extinction await. Let's go!
Welcome, everybody, to episode 0, part 2 of You Meet in a Tavern Presents Void. I am going to be your, I guess, Dungeon Master, DM. Are we still going with that nomenclature?
It's up to you.
Okay, well, I'll be your captain on this voyage, Kirk. And alongside of me, former DM and the biggest pair of shoes that I got to fill, Joe Delabella. You're in the player's seat. How you feel?
I feel fantastic. Glad to be here. Glad to not have to plan as much and just roll with it like you guys did.
I haven't added to my story in about 3 weeks, and I've changed so much.
Yep, that'll happen.
And I'm just like, and it's just with you guys like guessing and like saying stuff in our text message, and I'm like, Christ, here we fucking go. And I'm already changing stuff. So
Trying to figure out the world.
Exactly. Exactly. So, as I mentioned in our episode 0, part 1, which was with Jamal Tinsley, we're doing character creation. Everybody's doing it separate. The only real level setting they've done between them is to make sure that they're not designing the exact same characters. So we have a little bit of diversity within the group. Outside of that, they have the background that I read in Chris's part 1. That they were given to work off of, and with the information that it's kind of a dystopian future with a little bit of an ecological kind of catastrophe. However we bake that in, that hasn't really been described to them, but they're aware of it. And from there, they were told to generate some characters. So, Joe, given the information I've sent you and the little you actually know of what we're going to be going through, me being the DM and you guys as player characters, what kind of person are you bringing into this world?
So my character, her name is going to be June Collins. She's dark-skinned, tough exterior. She grew up kind of in the slums of, I think we said Saffron City, and grew up in kind of like a broken household. Her mom passed away at a young age. She was just a teenager. She had two like infant brothers. House full of boys. Basically grew up in that house with her dad, who kind of spiraled after mom died. It's kind of a dark past for her, but she was set up to be the caretaker of basically her brothers because her dad just couldn't do it, and she took care of her dad and took care of the whole house. So she had to really grow up to be kind of a hardened person to discipline her brothers, and she got mixed up with maybe the wrong crowd, just a product of her environment, I guess, where she lived and what was kind of going on in the world around her. Her brothers eventually skipped town, and she was kind of left there after her dad died by herself. And I guess without getting into too much detail further, that's the kind of person she is. She's tough, but she's still very motherly at heart. But like I said, she just had to learn to be kind of a hardened individual who can take on a lot of stress.
So I know you have, without going into a lot of detail, and the detail we're discussing is how they're actually going to come together. We'll leave that for maybe episode 1, but for now, just a little bit of character background. Don't want to spoil too much on the front end before this thing actually gets rocking and rolling. So, you've given me a little bit of a description of what she looks like. Can you go in a little bit more detail for listeners out there? What are they going to be expecting from your character?
Yeah, sure. She's not necessarily strong, like bulky. I think she's got a lot more inner strength than outer strength. So she's kind of skinny, a little frail, but she's got a mean, stern look that could intimidate some of the greatest foes. She usually is seen with a bandana in her hair, braids, or kind of long, kind of like shaggy hair that goes down to her shoulder, just depending on what she feels like. Usually wearing baggy clothes, long pants, long sleeves. If she tied everything up in a hat and walked around town, you couldn't tell if it was a girl or a guy. And that's just the way she kind of had to live. She couldn't show all her cards as she was young and as she was growing up, because people look down on her for who she is, and people might not think she's as strong as she actually is. So.
And tell me a little bit about Saffron City. I know you said the slums of Saffron City. Is it an expansive slums? Is it like an industrial wasteland? Is it completely commercialized, like smog infested, like Tokyo? No, I'm not saying Tokyo smog infested. I mean, it is, but you know what I mean? Like tons of high rises, tons of bright lights, super industrialized and kind of buzzing at all. So what in your mind, when you said the slums of Saffron City, what did you picture?
I guess I thought of, in my mind, and you tell me because you're the world builder, but I guess what I thought of is like, think of, you ever see The Fifth Element?
Yes.
You know the main city when they're flying around in taxis and the whole like bottom half of the city is just gunk and smog, like if you go down to the street level.
Mm-hmm.
Not that this is set, so far into the future, but that's what I'm thinking. Highly industrialized, people kind of, stick to themselves, do their work, go home. But no one really lives in a nice place. Everybody's got apartment style living, or, everything downtown is kind of musty and dirty. A lot of neon lights, a lot of kind of scrappy fights going on in this inner city streets. People just fighting to get by and do what they got to do. So
kind of protecting everything they've got with by tooth and nail.
Right. Yeah. That was what I had in my head. But
and
like
that,
I said,
that jives perfectly.
Okay.
I'm excited for you to hear kind of how Tins described, where his character's from. It's got a little bit of a different look, but I think at least for me, maybe my first checkbox of not doing a miserable job was that you guys are thinking in parallel, which is nice. So I don't have to completely blow this conversation up and start over. So let's get to your character creation. Tell me a little bit about what you expect your character, what type of character you're looking to build. Is it, as Tins kind of mentioned, he was interested in maybe doing like a kind of like a charlatan type character. How do you see your character forming upon the stat sheet?
Yeah. I guess when you first came to us with the idea of doing a Pokemon campaign, I immediately went to, and I know we're not kind of choosing our types or whatever, but I immediately went to this type of fighting / rock type trainer is what I had in my head. So she's scrappy, uses her fist, almost like a Tug-esque character in the Pokemon world. I want her to be scrappy. I want her to be tough, not afraid to get scraped up. I want her to be dexterous. She probably had to get away from either gangs or law enforcement or whatever in the slums. Whenever she had to make a quick getaway, she could, but still able to hold her ground if it came down to a fight. So that's the kind of the vision I have for her.
Excellent. And as I mentioned in part 1, Joe, you don't know this, but I made the decision recording with Tins that I'm going to give you your stats and you're going to pick where to put them. So everybody's building their character. That's going to base set. And the reason I kind of came to this realization because I want your characters to be individually strong, which doesn't necessarily rely in combat because that's kind of where the Pokemon are going to come into effect. And their statistics match or way heavier in those scenarios. So I wanted to bolster up your bonuses where you wanted your character to be strong so that you can individualize yourself outside of combat with certain things that you can carry the group in that maybe the other two can't.
Yeah.
And I thought the best way to do that would be to give everybody the stat blocks to put their 2 highest where they would have the highest impact for them, and then kind of have those taper off. So I'm going to send those to you in the Zoom Messenger here.
Oh, right now? Sweet.
Yep. And that's what you've got to play with.
All right. So so do you want me to place them now?
You can place them now. You can kind of talk through like initial reaction to what the numbers are. Maybe you already know exactly where you want the high number to go. So walk us through it.
I like it. It's pretty balanced. I don't have anything too low. I've got 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16. So for those non D&D players, or that's a +0 on 2, a +1, 2 +2s, and a +3, basically for my attributes to start off. I think I would probably put. This is tough. Okay, 10, 11, 13, 14. She probably came from sort of an uneducated background, so I think intelligence might be my lowest, but because she was forced into this adult-like role, I think wisdom would be one of her higher stats.
Okay.
Dexterity probably more than strength. Again, not physically strong, but scrappy. So I would probably put a lot in dexterity. And charisma, I think I'd make pretty high too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make strength a 10. I'll make strength a 10. I'll make, let me start back to the bottom. I'm going to make wisdom a 16 for her. I'm going to make that her highest.
Okay, great.
Charisma is going to be second highest, so that's a 15. Then I've got dexterity, constitution, I think is also going to be pretty high. Intelligence, I'm going to make an 11. And we'll do a 14 in dex and a 13 in constitution. So 10 strength, 14 dex, 13 constitution, 11 intelligence, 16 wisdom, and 15 charisma.
I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. We are going to have some crafty individuals on this in this group, which I'm excited about. Again, really emphasizing, the individual's abilities to navigate outside of combat with those abilities and skill sets and proficiencies. So Tins actually chose a what is it called? Now it's completely escaping me. It's effectively a background, but there's a cleverer name for that. that gave him a couple extra proficiencies. So if you have one in mind, that's great. If you don't, that's also fine. We can think about that, and maybe we can touch on those, in episode 1. But what are you looking for in your skills to kind of put your proficiencies in?
And I get how many again? I
think
made the
it's-
rules, but yet I forgot what.
I think you automatically get animal handling, and
That's
then
correct,
you get
yep.
2 more, I thought.
Yeah, 2 more, and then I think there was actually a list. Let me pull it up so that we know, and so we can actually tell people. So I got automatically animal handling because I'm a Pokemon trainer, and then acrobatics, athletics, insight, intimidation, investigation, medicine, nature, perception, performance, persuasion, sleight of hand, stealth, or survival. So that's pretty much all of them. I get to choose 2. So I'm probably going to go with... Ooh, that's tough. I think I'll probably go with survival as one of them.
Okay.
And the other one, let's do acrobatics.
I like it.
Let's
like
do
it a lot.
survival and acrobatics.
I like it quite a bit.
Sweet.
Joe,
So,
what are some quick guesses on what's going to happen this thing? I kind of prodded Tins for the same thing, but where's your mind at going into this?
I literally have no idea. I know things you've told us that are true about the world that we don't want to reveal right now. Besides that, beyond that, I have no idea. I'm pumped. Like, I'm excited to be a player in this system because I'm excited to, have Pokemon with different skill sets and kind of, mix and match who I want to use on my team. And I'm excited for this world because I think it's unique. This dystopian, futuristic world. I'm excited to just, experience it, and I'm excited to be a player. So, I don't know. I don't know what to expect.
That's the best. That's the best answer I think you could give. Well, on behalf of Joe DB, now player, former DM, and current DM, Kirk Dubé, we're gonna peace out here on episode 0, part 2 of You Meet in a Tavern presents Void.
Hey everybody, this is Joe. No longer your dungeon master, but still the producer / editor / pseudo host for this show. We are very excited to start Pokemon 5e, and as this is the last episode 0, I just want to hit you with a couple of shouts here and links at the beginning of this episode in preparation for our first episode of the show starting up in January. First full campaign adventure episode. I'm super excited for you guys to listen to that. But couple quick shout outs. All the music that you're going to hear in this show and the themes and all that stuff you've heard from Jacob Pretty. He's our music guy. He does amazing work, so shout to him. Another shout out I want to give is to T-Ketch on Twitter. That's at TEEKETCH. He did all the art that you'll see, or the character art. If you haven't checked that out already, go onto our Twitter at YMIA Tavern and check that out. All of our characters are drawn on there. And we'll get the starting Pokemon that we have up there once the show gets going. So 2 very special people to this season, T-Ketch and Jacob Pretty. Thank you guys so much. Secondly, I want to direct you all to our Discord. We have an online chat group if you've and You Meet in a Tavern. It's also at YMI, so it's not just the audio, but also...
Hello there! Welcome to the world of Pokemon! Or should I say, welcome to the world of Pokemon and technology. My name is Spruce. People call me the Pokemon Historian. This world used to be inhabited by creatures called Pokemon. For some people, Pokemon were pets. Others used them for fights. Myself, I study the history of Pokemon's extinction as a profession. First, what is your name? You meet in a tavern? Right. So your name is You Meet in a Tavern. This is your rival. He has oppressed the people of the world through the forced implementation of advanced technology and military force. What was his name again? Eugene. That's right. I remember now. His name is Eugene. You Meet in a Tavern. Your very own Pokemon legend is about to unfold. A world of dystopian nightmares, environmental collapse, and species extinction await. Let's go!
everybody, and welcome to episode 0, part 3 of You Meet in a Tavern presents Void. I will be the dungeon master, or whatever a Pokemon dungeon master is called. I'm still waiting for Joe to tell me what that is. So verdict out out on that. But I'm here with Brian, formerly known as Carl with a K, but in this campaign will be known as who?
I will be playing Mortimer Finch.
Mortimer Finch. So we're a week off of when I did the part 1 and 2 with Tins and Joe. So I already went into the background of the world, kind of the snippet I gave you guys. So everybody should be caught up there. I gave a quick crash course of what a Pokemon actually is for those of you out there who might need that. Brian, you might be one of them.
I was definitely one of them.
And that brings us to this moment, character creation. I don't remember all the questions I asked the other two, so we're just going to shoot from the hip here. Brian, Mortimer Finch, tell me about him. What's his demeanor? What does he look like? Where's he from?
So Mortimer Finch is from, let's see, how do they say it in Pokemon? Is it Orberg? Is it like
Orberg.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah,
the H is
Orberg.
silent? Perfect. All right. So Mortimer Finch is a retired miner from Orberg. He's, about like 6'2". He's kind of scrawny for a miner. But now that he's retired, not as many muscles are required. He can always kind of still wear his miner outfit throughout the day. Can always be seen with his pickaxe in hand, ready to help out should the need arise. And he keeps his trusty book with him. He's not the best reader, but he likes to try. Just kind of stays busy. There's not a lot of work in Orberg anymore, so wherever there is work to be found, that's where he is.
So give me an idea of how old Mortimer is for the sake of this campaign.
So Mortimer is not 100% sure how old he is, but if he had to guess, it would probably be mid to late 50s. Okay. So, Brian, you'll be representing the oldest character in the party. Perfect.
Unfortunately, Brian's original idea of a geriatric old man with a walker that shot Pokeballs, I had to snuff that one out before he got too far along in the character.
That was a
creation
brilliant idea.
It was an idea, for sure. It was definitely an idea. So you kind of went in over like his body type. How does he comport himself in the town of Orberg? How did he retire? Who's he helping? What kind of odd jobs are actually done out there in Orberg? What I'm alluding to here is, how does Orberg look in this dystopian type future as opposed to what people might be familiar with in the games?
So I have no idea what people are familiar with in the games. However, Orberg now is kind of a rundown, desolate city. There's not a lot of work. If somebody offers you a job, you kind of take it. Luckily for Mortimer, he kind of retired just as things started to get really bad. And so now he mostly goes around and tries to help out the community. He's not the brightest guy, but he's very friendly, very helpful. And just, kind of wants to make sure that everybody is doing well, doing okay.
So when you say kind of desolate, am I picturing a shanty town with like canvas tents, or am I picturing like an old abandoned like miners town in the Wild West, kind of like decrepit buildings, kind of made of wood, maybe falling apart, a little sandblasted?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
So, as you know, the other two guys, I kind of allowed them to kind of tell me what their home city is like. So I definitely didn't want to short you on that. And I think the fact that you didn't actually know what Orberg actually looks like makes it even better for you to kind of envision in your mind what you'd like for a dystopian future. So that kind of works out. Brian, going to break some news to you here. We're not going to be rolling for our stats this time because Pokemon carry the battles. And that's where kind of like the combat related stats come in. I wanted you all to be individually strong outside of combat and kind of bring different elements or different strengths to the group. So I kind of locked everybody's abilities, and I'm going to send you the scores that you're going to be able to use in the chat right now. And I want you to take a quick look at those. And kind of read them off. Give me your reaction. How do you feel about what you got to work with?
Those actually are not that bad. I think that will be perfectly fine. That's actually pretty good, I think, for if everybody's getting to use this.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to skew them a little bit from like average to above average without anything, like an 18 or anything like that.
Right.
Giving everybody an option to really use their proficiencies and whatever skills they're best in outside of combat to really kind of form a cohesive group. So looking at those numbers, they're 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Where are you thinking for those higher two numbers at 15 and 16?
I think being like a former miner, it makes sense for strength and con to be the 15 and the 16. So I'll go with 15 strength, 16 con. I think that just makes the most sense. For the 14, I think I'm going to go charisma.
Okay.
Being a kind of a friendly character, just wanting to help everybody out. That also makes sense to me. Oh man, 10, 11, 13, the hard ones. I think I'm going to go the 10 and 11. We'll go into intellect, 10 intellect, 11 wisdom, and the 13 for the dex.
All right. So certainly not a learned fellow. Maybe spending his whole life in Orberg might have hampered that in some way. Interesting, though, you described your character as frail, but his strength and constitution is incredibly high. Am I picturing like a sinewy type skinny man, kind of like, Gruff in The Replacements? He's wiry?
Yeah, he's very wiry. He's not like big, muscular, heavyweight lifter strong. He's old man strong.
There you go. He's dad strong.
That's right.
I can feel like you're channeling a lot of you into this character, which I'm pretty excited about.
I mean, except for the strength part, absolutely.
You're a dad. You got that dad strength. It's like you can't not have it. It's kind of how that goes.
Anything under 50 pounds, no problem.
Anything under 50 pounds, no problem. Fair enough. So tell us about, you said it carries around his trusty book. Can we hear a little bit about what that book is? Or is it going to kind of ruin some episode 1 surprises?
I think I want to wait and save it for some episode 1 stuff.
Okay.
But it is a book that he always carries with him. It is often seen. He often has it out and is thumbing through the pages.
Interesting.
So I think it is going to make more sense to save it for down the line.
Okay. Now that we've got your ability scores locked in, you're automatically proficient in animal handling because of the Pokemon campaign. What are you looking at to use for your next 2?
Let's see. My next 2, I am going to go. One is going to be athletics, which kind of fits the theme of strength and constitution, dexterity, the whole bit. And then the other one, I'm going to do medicine.
Okay. Interesting. Medicine, I like it. I will say this, Tins did choose like a charlatan background, which gave him a couple more skills to pick proficiencies in. We can work that into your background. However, just wanted to give you an idea if you wanted to kind of look at what are they called? I think they're called canonic backgrounds, or
yeah,
I don't know.
I took a look at them, and none of them really made sense to me for Mortimer Finch. So I don't know. I might just forego them or see if I can find something else in the unofficial handbook that we can work with.
Okay, great. Last thing I want to ask you, Brian, before we put a pin in this thing. Never played Pokemon before, unfamiliar with the world. What's your thoughts on this kind of going in the dark? Because arguably less than everyone else, just because you're not familiar with the world.
I mean, I don't think it's arguable. I think I definitely know less than everybody else. But I am extremely excited. Like, I think that I'll be able to play Mortimer Finch in a way that is going to be interesting. Like, he's not going to be the smartest guy, but he's going to be he's very caring, very helpful, which might put me at odds with what the other guys want to do sometimes. I guess we'll see.
Okay.
And now that I'm like talking about it and thinking about it, I'm like, God damn it, I'm playing another fucking paladin.
I mean,
but it's fine. It's different. Maybe this will be, just kind of an evolution in, see what I did there? Pokemon evolution. I'm getting this down.
Puns on puns.
I don't know. I'm excited to just see how the story develops, find creative ways to use Pokemon, and see how we interact with them in the world, I guess.
That's what I'm most excited about. My kind of like personal favorite, and obviously like you're kind of like in the mix as a brand new person. I've never DM'd, so that's new. Joe is maybe the most versed, not only as DM but a player, but also he created this content.
Right.
And then Tins kind of has the reset button onto like a new form of D&D as well. So I know we did the one shot, but I kind of like the idea that we're sticking to our roots of kind of everybody's just kind of new in this again, and we're all going to be working through it and having a good time based on the rules and the context that we're given to do it in. So, Brian, any closing thoughts on yourself, Mortimer Finch, or anything about this campaign before we lock up this episode?
I only have one closing thought, and it's just going to be a small preview. I am Mortimer Finch.
I like it. A voice, finally, not just Tug.
I've finally found my voice. I've been practicing it for months. I hope y'all are ready.
Kirk is ready 100%. On behalf of Brian, a.k.a. Mortimer Finch, moving forward, I'm Kirk, your DM, whatever we're going to call that. This is episode 0, part 3 of You Meet in a Tavern presents Void.
Hello there! Welcome to the world of Pokemon. Or should I say, welcome to the world of Pokemon and technology. My name is Spruce. People call me the Pokemon Historian. This world used to be inhabited by creatures called Pokemon. For some people, Pokemon were pets. Others used them for fights. Myself, I study the history of Pokemon's extinction as a profession. First, what is your name? You meet in a tavern? Right. So your name is You Meet in a Tavern. This is your rival. He has oppressed the people of the world through the forced implementation of advanced technology and military force. What was his name again? Eugene. That's right. I remember now. His name is Eugene. You meet in a tavern. Your very own Pokemon legend is about to unfold. A world of dystopian nightmares, environmental collapse, and species extinction await. Let's go!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to You Meet in a Tavern presents Void, Season 2 extension of our Season 1 meanderings, I guess I'll say. I'm Kirk Dubé, going to be the Pokemon Dungeon Master of this particular storyline. Along with me, 3 incredibly noticeable characters, Joe in a different seat. We'll start with Joe. Joe, you're a player. Who are you playing in this campaign?
I am. My name's Joe. I was the DM in the last campaign. In this campaign, I will be playing a female human. I guess we're all human. This is a Pokemon universe after all, but my name is June Collins. She is a rough and tough, kind of grew up on the streets in this old podunk town, old decrepit cityscape, but she is ready to adventure.
Ready to adventure. Kicking it over to Brian Auxier, formerly known as Carl with a K, but forwardly known as who?
Mortimer Finch. I am a retired miner from Orberg.
Short and simple. I like it. And over to Durf Turftoe, forwardly known as who?
Jimmy Abagnale is the character's name. Abagnale. I don't know. My wife's trying to say something to me right now, and I'm not sure what it is. If you're watching on our Patreon video, I'm the one talking right now and enshrouded in a blood red mist because I have the worst camera of any of the cast, and I'm sitting in front of a red throw blanket.
Shout out to the Patreon members out there. They're going to be getting Jamal Tinsley a new camera for episode 2. But before we jump in...
It also took us an hour and a half to set this up.
Well, we didn't need to say that, buddy, but here we are. A couple of housekeeping items before we jump into episode 1. If you're interested in more of the backgrounds of the characters that they just introduced, listen to our episode 0s, part 1, 2, and 3. I believe we go Tins, Joe, Brian in that order for those. So check those out. Another follow-up thing, this is a Pokemon adventure. It's an adaptation, that Joe made for the 5E system that we'll be using. All that is readily available in the You Meet in a Tavern Discord. So you can take a look at that to follow along a little bit if you're interested in the campaign we're doing. And the last note is we're really trying to bridge the gap between our D&D listeners that have no proclivity or interest or history with Pokemon and bring them into this new world. So there's not going to be a lot of prior knowledge necessary to be able to enjoy this story. So with that being said, guys, should I get right into it?
Hell yes.
Let's do the damn thing.
Let's do the damn thing. Brian, silent acknowledgement. I'm going to get into it. I'm a little nervous. Going to take a swig of beer here. I probably shouldn't have done that. Now I've got all like water in my mouth. Like now I've got like saliva like built up. All right. So Jacob Pretty hit me in with a cool noise, like a chime, like tring.
We're going to do call outs. Okay.
Already.
Like that.
A dirty and sweaty man in his 60s steps out in the busy, smog-laden street. A voice from inside the building yelling, "Take her easy, Roger." A quick, over-the-shoulder wave acknowledges the farewell. The man takes off his cap and wipes his brow, releasing a deep sigh. Looking down at the 10 Pogen he was paid for this week's work, he stares at the bearded face with militant cap on each bill, the face seeming to challenge the laborer to complain about his wage. In a flash, the money is snatched by a running passerby, and the man shoved to the ground by another. A meager "stop them" escapes the man's lips as the two teenagers make their way down the street, only to be tripped up by a man in a military police uniform. The MP's rifle more than convincingly persuades the teens to hand over the stolen currency. The man makes his way to the officer. "Thank you so much. I need that money to feed my family," he mutters. The officer glares at him, shoving the Poyen in his pocket. The old man turns to him. "But my family, please," the man pleads, reaching for the MP's pocket. Without hesitation, the butt of the rifle finds the side of the desperate man's head. "How dare you attack military personnel?" The words, however, fall on deaf ears, the man laid out in the street, blood beginning to pool around his head as the MP walks away. As the view pulls upwards, the busy street seems to swallow the man. Neon lights fill the peripheral as up and up it goes into the sky, pausing for a moment over the city, the dense pollution causing the lights to refract in odd ways off the skyscrapers. We are shot across the landscape that reveals stretches of dried, cracked earth. Oceans both flooding cities and revealing wildly receding shorelines. Factories upon factories pumping industrial smog. Row housing, each unit indistinguishable from the next. Till finally we careen back towards the earth, towards a small town with a large factory that sits silent. Abandoned buildings littering its surroundings. An old sign, cracked and covered in graffiti, just barely holds on the weather-worn words reading, Pallet Town. Snapping to the left, a large building can be seen, reflecting the same weariness as the rest of the town. The remaining skeleton of a laboratory, perhaps? You are blinded by artificial light in the room as the cloth bags that were over your heads are pulled off. As you all look around, you see 3 rows of people with 6 people in each, 2-foot gap in between each individual, and you're all facing the same direction. The room is open, well lit. The edge is lined with a few men and women. In front of you are 2 individuals whose stature alone demand your attention. Before you can process what's happening, your thoughts are pierced by her booming voice over a speaker in the upper right-hand corner of the room. Welcome. I am Kanos, the leader of the Kanto chapter of Team Void. You all have been brought to our headquarters in Pallet. We have identified you as potential assets to our cause. You'll be given a Pokemon at random. You will then be paired against another individual in the room. The winner of that battle will keep that Pokemon and have the opportunity to join us. The loser sent home with no memory of this experience. Good luck. You peer up to the front of the room and you see a brother and what you assume to be a brother and sister, or a brother and brother, a sister and sister, 2 twins, tall in stature, silver hair, very lanky, pushing 6 foot, 7 feet tall, incredibly sharp features. And all of a sudden they kind of break the silence, kind of draw everybody's attention back up front from maybe those that eyes wander to the speaker. All right, first up, we've got June Collins and Harlan Weir. And you see a muscular, kind of well-coiffed man in the front right row awkwardly kind of walks towards them. And you see one of the 2 kind of spin one of those lottery bins with balls in it, pulls out a ball, looks at the number on the ball, hands it to them, and then hands him a slip of paper.
June is kind of like, gets up, I guess, from where she was seated with the cloth over her head, and she kind of, like twists her arm around, stretches out a little bit, dusts off her pants, and she says, I guess we don't have much of a choice then, huh?
The 2 in the front just kind of, they look at you and shrug their shoulders, and they start spinning the wheel again. Another ball is produced. They take a look at it, and they take a look, check the number, hand it to you, take a sheet of paper and hand it to you. And real quick, you can see that each of the balls that you're given are about the size of a baseball for the sense of, comprehension to outside of the world. They're jet black, and it has kind of a purplish V spiraled into it, which you can now assume is the Void V, and it's just stamped in the middle of the ball. And the folded sheet of paper and the ball is handed to you. And they say, and both of them kind of look at each other and do like a 1, 2, 3, and then turn back. Begin.
And she's just looking at this ball and looking at this paper and kind of turning the ball over in her hand. She's like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this?
You see Harlan across from you holding the ball and then whips open the sheet of paper, and then immediately just drops the ball out in front of him, and it goes ting, 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 and out comes out a small brownish bird about 1.5 feet tall with red wings, and you just hear it go, and Harlan looks at the sheet of paper again, and he goes, growl?
And okay, so to clarify, this might be the first time June has ever seen a Pokemon in her life.
Correct.
Like in the flesh.
Correct.
Okay, so she kind of backs away, freaking out. She looks at her ball, she looks at the piece of paper, and she opens it and reads the paper real quick.
The paper says, press button in middle of the ball and throw, and it has 3 words on it: harden, tackle, and mud slap.
Okay. She I guess cautiously pushes the button on the ball and chucks it at the bird, like as close as she can to the actual bird.
It all of a sudden careens on the ground and cracks open at the first bounce. And this little four-legged shell thing pops out. It kind of seems to be coated in metal. It has a very oval-like head, couple black pinholes in it, and just like ice blue eyes. And it's now right next to this bird Pokemon that you now assume is a Pokemon because you're told you're battling with them, but it's a bird Pokemon right next to it.
Hell yeah. So this is an Aeron, out of character, right?
Correct.
Pretty jacked about that. Okay, sweet. So she sees this thing appear, and it kind of looks back at her, and she looks at it, and she looks at her paper. She's like, Harden?
And now that we've got it going, let's roll initiative, and then we'll just resolve whichever one happened in order.
Okay, sweet. I use my trainer stats for initiative, so I rolled an 11. June's dex is a 14, so that's 13.
So that beats Harlan by 1, so your Harden will happen first.
Okay, sweet. So as soon as those words leave my lips, Aaron's eyes just flash blue, and all of a sudden this sheen just kind of surrounds the metal Pokemon. The metal on the outside just looks shiny and it's kind of shimmering in the light, even shinier than before, and its AC is increased by 1.
Excellent. And what is now, to those of you that want to look it up for maybe a mental image, a Spearow is what Harlan has. A little small bird Pokemon, and he's using Growl. So you just kind of hear the Spearow kind of like, it starts having like a guttural, like, just kind of like a screech, and it starts flapping its wings at the Aeron. And then, Joe, can you make a wisdom save, please?
I can. We got... No, +0. All right. That's a 7.
So that will fail. So it's on a fail, you add -1 to any attack for the duration of this fight. But you are up now, and you've used Harden, so you maybe, again, we know what it does statistically and outside of this moment, but now you've just seen this sheen kind of go over your Pokemon, and you have 2 other words on that sheet of paper. So how do you elect to proceed, my friend?
Yeah, her eyes quickly glance down the paper, catching the word tackle, and she assumes that's obviously some kind of offensive maneuver. Tackle sounds like it's going to do some damage, so she reads it a little bit more confidently, kind of planting her feet. She says, all right, tackle. And I'm going to roll a 12.
12 ties. 12 ties.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's with the -1. So 12 will hit. All right. So Aaron, hearing these words, something in its brain clicks, and it rushes forward towards the Spearow with its head straight down to try to collide into the bird. And it's going to do 4 normal type damage.
Harlan kind of like steps back and is like, use peck. And the Spearow kind of like is jarred by how uncertain the Harlan is, the trainer in this case, but attempts to use peck. 21.
Yeah, that'll hit.
So it'll do 2 damage. But the Spearow kind of bounds over to Aaron, rears back and goes, and then pecks. But you see, like, it does a little bit of damage to Aaron, but like the Spearow's like beak cracks a little bit. And Harlan realizes that something's wrong. He's like, "Why? What's wrong? How did that? You gave them a stronger Pokemon. This isn't fair." And we all know it's because Aaron, I believe, is flying attack resistant.
Yep. Yeah, resistance to flying attack, so half damage. So June's pumped about this, kind of staring this little Aaron down. She's like, all right, little guy, you're tough. I like it. And she looks back at her paper and she's like, all right, let's try the other one. Let's do a mud slap. And Aaron digs into the ground with its feet, kind of collecting a little bit of mud, and flings it at the Spearow, but it goes right past. It totally whiffs, misses, doesn't do any damage to this bird Pokemon. And June says, what the hell was that?
Harlan invigorated. All right, Spearow, peck it again. 13.
That will not hit.
The Spearow kind of rears back and kind of like flinches to itself because of how much its last attack kind of hurt it. And it's back on June.
All right. Oh, well, that didn't work good. Do one of those tackles. And Aaron rushes towards the Spearow once again. This time going to roll a 17.
That hits.
And that'll do another 4 damage as the Aaron slams into the Spearow's side. Well, feathers fly.
The Spearow's careened back into the wall, and a couple feathers puff off again. It's teetering a little bit. It's you don't need to know much about Pokemon to know that it's not in good shape. And Harlan realizes as well. And in a desperate attempt, he looks down at the moves and he goes, Lear, do that one.
Another wisdom save.
Yep, wisdom save.
All right. 8.
That is a fail. And what for those of you at home, Lear will give me a +1 on my attacks moving forward.
All right. I still have a -1, right?
Yep. So over to June.
All right. Aaron, once more, finish this guy off. Use a tackle. Natural 20.
Yeah. Go ahead and just chalk this up however you want, because it's gonna resolve.
All right, sweet. So the Aaron kind of gets another glint in its eye. Its shell just a little dinged from this peck, but with determination, it plants its feet and digs it into the dirt and lunges straight at the Spearow and drops an elbow right at the Sparrow's spine, and the bird just collapses to the ground.
Spearow is crumpled. Its eyes do the patented whirlwind symbols as it is knocked out. You see the two in the front, the two that commanded your attention at the beginning. They both look at each other, go, "Oh boy, we have our first one!" And they one of them bounds over to Harlan and snatches the Pokemon out of his hand and goes, "Oh, Spearow, return!" And it's yanked back into the jet black Pokeball. The one holding the Pokeball turns over to the other one and goes, "Raz, we got to take care of him." "All right, Ren." And they each release their own Pokeball from their hips, and you see a massive blue mound of tentacles with kind of a void in the middle with 2 eyes that seem to peer out, and 2 arm-like tentacles that lead with red tips on each end. And another Pokemon comes out, yellow on top, brown on bottom, holding what kind of looks like a hypnotist's necklace or hypnotist's chain with a dangling orb at the bottom. And Harlan is like now kind of looking around. There's like clearly a lot of moving parts to what's going on. And Raz turns to what you will, for those of you that want to look it up, a Tangrowth, to the Hypno, which is the yellow with the brown bottom and the hypnotic orb, and goes, "Hypno, put him to sleep." And you just see Harlan immediately just kind of start wavering and fall asleep. "Oh, how fun! Dream Eater! Remove his memories of this day!" And the Hypno just kind of walks over to Harlan and just awkwardly grasps his head, and then just kind of makes this sloshing, sucking noise above his head, and you just kind of see this weird material go into the Hypno's mouth. And then Raz turns over to Ren, as you will find out. "Ren, your turn." The big Tangrowth reaches out with his limbs, wraps up Harlan, and begins to drag the fallen, the asleep victim out of the room.
June kind of gives a little side eye back to the other 2 guys that entered the room with her with the bags over their head, and she just kind of inches closer to Aaron, not sure what the hell just happened, and kind of motions to the twins. Is he gonna be all right?
However, move to the corner of the room, and they press on. They have another set of names that come up, and finally you hear, "Jimmy, a big nail? Is a big nail? I don't."
Abigail.
And Percy. and you just all you hear is oh, this is it. This is my moment. And he waddles up to Raz and Ren in the front of the room. The wheel spins and he's given the ball and the piece of paper. And by now, you know, you kind of understand what might be on the piece of paper and obviously what's in the ball. Tins, you're on the floor, buddy.
Well, Jimmy's walking over to get a ball or whatever. Also looking for exits. Can I do a perception check for escape routes?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
18.
You see there's on the far end of the room, so you're facing the front. To your left is where you saw the Tangrowth, for example, drag Harlan out of the room, and the other following losers of the battles, you know, progressively get drug out of the room. And across from that door on the opposite wall is kind of a ironclad door that's kind of sealed shut. So it seems like it would be easier to go through the door to the right where they're dragging people out than to the left.
Is that door open?
The one to the right? Yes, it is open.
Okay. Well, so Jimmy's going to take the ball and the paper. He's going to immediately open up his paper, give it a glance over.
So
and then
you're looking at
tell me what it says.
Yeah, okay. So looking at the paper, you see Lear, Pound, and Focus Energy. And of course, the same description as above, press the middle of the ball, throw the ball, blah, blah.
Okay. So Jimmy is going to turn to Percy and put his hand on his shoulder. He's looking at his paper in a way that Percy cannot see the paper. And he says, "Hey, buddy, I think they gave us the wrong ones. Can I see your Pokeball for a second?"
And you're, I'm assuming, trying to trick him in some sort.
Yes.
So make a persuasion check.
Deception?
Or excuse me, deception check.
14.
I'm gonna have old Percy roll against it. Okay, 2. So, in historically accurate Percy fashion, he's like, oh, I mean, okay, and he hands you his sheet of paper.
No, I asked him for the ball.
Oh, for the ball.
Yeah.
So he hands you the sheet of paper, anyways.
Okay. Jimmy's like, okay, worth a shot. And then tosses the paper away.
So did you look at the paper at least?
Well, sure, I'll look at the paper before I toss it.
On the paper, you see Bide and Harden.
Okay. I am going to fold that piece of paper up and put it in my pocket, and then I'm going to throw my Pokeball on the ground.
Your Pokeball careens off the ground, and out comes a small bipedal little grayish mattered muscle hamster looking thing with a kind of a 2x4, or maybe a 4x4, like tucked under one of his arms, or one of his or her arms. And
Nice.
Just kind of like ripply, like pink muscle veins kind of going across its back. Percy sees you release your Pokemon and does the same thing. He rears back to throw, and it just pops out of his hand as the chocolate-covered Pokeball drops to the ground, and out comes C-Dot.
Cool. Well, so I still have his moves in my pocket where they will remain, and I'll say, hey, let's try a pound.
So let's do a quick initiative real quick.
Sure. It's just my initiative, right?
Yes.
Which is plus Dex?
Yeah.
21.
Cool. Percy got a 5. So for those of you at home that want to find out what this Pokemon looks like, it's a Timburr. Timburr, I think. Yes.
Yep.
And
Exciting.
you're up with a pound.
All right. Wait, so I didn't add this guy on the app. Do I need to?
I have those. I have the base stats. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna allow you all to pick their what's the traits or whatever to like boost a stat
Their
up.
nature?
Yeah, the nature.
Nature,
I'm gonna
yeah,
let you all
yeah.
choose the nature after this. But for right
Sweet.
now, we're just using flat stuff. So pound is +3 attack, and it's a 1d6 +1.
Natural 1.
How are you going to miss this tiny acorn Pokemon?
Timber, very confused by this whole situation, as, quite frankly, am I, just takes his 2x4, swings it over his head to pound on C-Dot, and just pirouettes in the air from the momentum of his 2x4, doing no damage to the C-Dot.
Percy was like, whoa, that was crazy. All right, C-Dot, pound. Obviously, he has no sheet, so he's just emulating what... And the C-Dot just kind of spins on its heel and looks at him, and then immediately itself tries to run out of the room because it is terrified. It is absolutely terrified about what's going on.
I guess chase him down. Let's keep pounding. Pound him. Pound it again. That, you said it's a plus what?
Your attack is a +3.
13.
That's good enough.
You said 1d6?
+1.
7.
Oh, shit. Percy's like, well, he's like chasing after Gumball now, who just got crushed by this 4x4 and sent into the wall. C-Dot, use what some of the ones the other people said. Tackle it. And the C-Dot just is like now like pushing itself against the wall, trying to stay away from Timber and definitely stay away from Percy.
Timber is just continuing in pursuit, flailing wildly with his 2x4 using pound. That is a 17.
Obviously that'll hit. So what I'm going to interject here. Raz and Ren, the two are kind of seeing what you did. You got the piece of paper that Percy is in no way, shape, or form going to be able to close this out. And Ren, she walks by and snatches the Pokeball out of his hand, kind of as you're focused on Timber and the C-Dot. And right when Timber is about to lay another crushing blow with the 4x4, oh, C-Dot, return. And the C-Dot is immediately sucked back into the Pokeball. And
Timber swings his 2x4 where C-Dot was moments before, spins around, carries the momentum forward, and pops Percy on the head, knocking him unconscious.
Ren goes, well, we haven't seen that before. And Raz goes, Hypno, Dream Eater, get rid of his memories, I guess. And then the Hypno just awkwardly goes over and just like, but like nothing happens. Nothing happens. He just kind of shrugs over at Raz, like, I don't know, there might not be anything in here. Like, and then Raz and Ren look at each other and they shrug. And the Tangrowth now wraps up Percy and drags him out of the room.
This is Joe. I am no longer your dungeon master, but still player and host of the show as I edit and podcast. So we got a lot. Dash Cole, Andre K, Jello Crew, Curtin.
Immediately after you all finish, Raz and Ren, there's kind of a contingency of people now kind of in the back corner of the room, the ones that haven't been drug out in this kind of bizarre fashion. All right. Next up.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
No, this isn't question time. Please.
Okay.
Go stand with everyone else.
Okay. He goes and stands with some other people.
Last up, we have Mortimer Finch and Old Man Jenkins? How do we not have a name for this man? And he is a very short, kind of like bow-backed man, like creeps to the front with a cane, and he's got a bowler hat on, and kind of like the mustache I've got, and just a heavy squint, kind of like a Mr. Magoo like squint, might not even be able to see more than like 10 feet in front of his face. And he kind of walks up to the front corner of the room, kind of like bumps into the wall, and finally makes his way over to Raz and Ren. And he is handed a Pokeball and a piece of paper.
So Mortimer's sitting there, and you just kind of see him. He starts patting like his pants in his pockets and just feeling himself. He's like he's looking for something. And then he kind of just looks up at Raz and Ren and Raz. No, that's not right. I've got it. I've been working on this. I am Mortimer Finch. All right, Raz. Raz and Ren. I've just got a question. Do you all have my book? I had a book with me when I was taken. I never leave it anywhere. Do you have my book?
What a fun book it is. And then both Raz and Ren look at each other and they just kind of like start like doing a little clap in front of them. Such a good book. I suggest you win. And they just hand you your Pokeball and a sheet of paper.
There's only one problem with this situation, and it's slightly embarrassing. I can't read.
We have contingencies in plan for that. How's your memory?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Perfect. Raz, he can't read. And Ren, I'll handle this one. I don't think he can read either. At least he can't see. So both of them each kind of cross each other's paths. Ren walks over to you and whispers into your ear, hypnosis and lick. And you don't know what Raz says into Old Man Jenkins's ear.
All right. And kind of as I've seen the other competitors do, I just kind of roll out the little Pokeball.
The Pokeball rolls out and then just kind of hits like a groove in the ground, so it gets a little pop in it, and once it lands back on the ground, out comes out a black orb with large, sinister-looking eyes and just a trail of purple, gaseous material kind of seems to flow behind it. And it just has a small slit of a mouth, and all you just hear is, gas. And Old Man Jenkins is mortified. He just hears this, and he kind of 180s and like Nolan Ryan's his ball into the back wall, like away from you. And it like crashes into the wall with so much momentum, it actually lands like back behind him where it should have been dropped to begin with. And out of his Pokeball pops out a little red lobster looking thing. Red top, kind of like tan base. The claws are split red and tan, and just court, and just chomping. Just it's just like claws just going. And let's roll some initiative.
15.
9. So Old Man Jenkins is going second. You're up, Mortimer Finch.
What are these for reference? Because I obviously have no idea.
Oh, yeah, so great point. So right. For the one that you sent out, it's a Ghastly.
Nice.
Okay.
And for the one that Old Man Jenkins sent out, it's a Corfish.
Okay. All right.
Oh, fun. It's like a crawdad.
I guess it does look delicious, and I lick it. I don't know. Lick it.
Roll it up.
What is my stuff?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a +4. Plus 4 on attack, and it's a 1d6 +2.
So a dirty 20 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And a whopping 3 damage.
Did you added, so you rolled a 1 + 2?
I rolled a 1, yeah.
Gotcha. How does it look? Yeah, I mean, you know what licking something is, so
yeah,
I'm assuming you can describe this one.
So the Ghastly just kind of floats over to the Corfish and is just slightly out of range of these little snappers, and just dives in between them and licks the Corfish right between the eyes before kind of soaring back up out of range.
The Corfish is disgusted. It's like, like it's like it kind of like you just kind of hear like a sad trombone, like, and it just skitters back a little bit. And
does lick not paralyze in this?
On a
You
19.
got to roll high enough, I think.
On a dirty 20?
Oh yeah, 18 or higher.
Well, the natural roll has to be
18 or higher.
right?
Oh,
Yeah.
so it would have been I guess it would have been 16 then.
Yeah,
wouldn't
it was a 16.
Okay. Yeah. Never mind.
Yep.
Old man Jenkins still facing the wall, just screams, "Bubble! Please, Bubble!" And the corefish like looks back and just like you just see its mouth starting to gurgle, and then it just spits a stream of tiny bubbles at the Ghastly. Does a 13 hit?
I have no idea.
Oh yeah, I've got everything.
You have the stats.
A 13
You got
does
the
hit.
stats.
Tough news. Tough news. For 3 damage. So now I'm piloting both these characters. Here we go. So the bubbles kind of like eat, like 3 of them kind of stick onto Ghastly and then just and they just pop on the Ghastly and it just kind of recoils a little bit. But it's back onto Mortimer Finch's turn.
I don't think I want to. The other one he said was hypnosis. Use a hypnosis on it.
So I've got to do a wisdom save. Please pass this one, because if Corefish falls asleep, Old Man Jenkins is just done. Cool, a 3, so it's asleep. It's asleep. You can add status effects, can't you? Add status effect. Asleep.
Yeah.
A creature that is asleep is incapacitated and restrained for the maximum of 3 rounds. Failing any strength and dex saves during that time, a sleeping creature can roll a d20 as a bonus action at the beginning of each turn, waking up on a result of 3 or higher. So Old Man Jenkins has no clue that Corefish is asleep, just shouting Bubble at the wall. Just Bubble! Corefish, I rolled a 19 on the bonus action sleep. Corefish hears the piercing shrill of an old man belligerently screaming Bubble. And it just pops awake and its mouth fills up again and more bubbles are sent in the way of Ghastly. And it hits for 2 damage. And it's back on Ghastly. Ghastly and Mortimer, I should say.
Oh man, that hypnosis thing didn't even do anything. He just lick it again. I guess I mean it's the only thing that does anything.
Oh god. 6 to hit.
6 isn't gonna make it.
Shocker.
I want you to know that throughout your entire trying to command Ghastly around, your voice might have been lost by just Bubble getting routinely screamed by the old man in the corner. And now he's shaking his cane at the wall. Bubble! And it's a 4. Finally, the vocal piercing of Old Man Jenkins has Corefish just using its claws to just kind of cover the sides of its head to try and reduce any of this noise. And it's back on Mortimer.
So Mortimer kind of feeling like neither of them really know what they're doing. It's going to walk over to Old Man Jenkins and strike up a conversation.
Bubble!
Whoa, Jenkins, I need you to just calm down, take some deep breaths. You should try something other than Bubble, okay? What other spells did they tell you to use? Or are they spells? Are they... I don't know, but try something other than Bubble.
He kind of he hears your voice and he kind of snaps around and holds his cane kind of defensively in front of him. And he just kind of peers in what he assumes your direction. He says, "They only said Bubble!" And he just fucking screams Bubble again. And the Corefish whirls around and fires bubbles at you. But by the time they get to you, they have spread so far apart that all of them just kind of pitter around you and pop. And at this time, you just kind of hear this audible and Raz and Ren both have their arms crossed and just keep looking at each other you just kind of hear one say, Can we unasleep one of the other ones? And the other one's like, Raz, that's not how it works. And they just peer over at you again.
Where's Old Man Jenkins' Pokeball at?
Just on the floor. It's just on the floor.
I'm gonna walk over and pick up Old Man Jenkins' Pokeball and just go, return. And
Corfish is just sucked into the Pokeball, and Raz and Ren immediately look at each other and and they just start like whispering. I guess. And then they just kind of like walk over, they grab the Pokeball from you. They're like, go in the corner. And they walk over to Old Man Jenkins, and Ren puts her arm around him and kind of starts walking it out. And Raz is like, I need to put him to sleep and eat his dreams. And she's just like, he's so old. And they just walk him out of the room. Once Old Man Jenkins is back and Raz and Ren kind of come in and they kind of like pull their shirts down and kind of like adjust their clothing, they turn to address the group. All right. That was an interesting way to finish that. Ren looks at her sheet of paper. It's kind of a clipboard. And she goes, this is when we break you up into your groups, I guess.
June raises her hand. And
Jimmy also raises his hand.
Mortimer also raises his hand.
How convenient. The first person to go and the last two to perform so wildly inappropriate. We're just going to put you all together.
No. June has a question.
Yes, hold on, June. Maybe you can show these gentlemen a little bit more what tact and flair is about. But let me announce the other groups. I'll handle your questions.
What was that last thing you said? Fat and flair?
Panache and flair?
Panache and flair. Can I ask a question? Thank you for answering my first question. I have a second question, which is, what the fuck is all this? Who are you guys?
They ignore you. And then the other group will have Hank, Greg, and Sandra. And you'll go with, I think, Natasha. She's in the corner there. Jules, Max, Steve, you're with Yuri. And the two chuckleheads and June, you will be with Geneva. And they point to the opposite end of where you guys are grouped up in the corner. A young lady just kind of walks through the door kind of right in that instant. She's in her late 30s. She has red hair pulled back into a real tight ponytail. She has like kind of a smirk on, like this is maybe something she enjoys. But she has like a stern look in her eyes. Kind of tough to read what she's about on facial expressions alone. And standing next to her is a 4-foot-tall blue amphibian, bright red throat sac, piercing yellow eyes, and both of them kind of take an analysis of you three, and then just kind of like awkwardly start slow clapping, like, oh, maybe not what they expected as a collective.
Is it a Greninja?
It is a Toxicroak.
Toxicroak. Cool.
June's just kind of like crossing her arms. She's saying, well, considering I'm the only one that actually beat my opponent.
I beat my opponent.
Without cheating.
Is this just bickering you guys are having within a group? Because that's even better.
Yes.
Did they say anything about rules? Were we given a rule sheet that I didn't see?
She rolls
her eyes. Did you get a rule sheet? Have you guys seen the rule book of these fights?
She rolls her eyes hard and goes down to pick up her Aaron. And she reaches down. She heaves him up into her arms. This tiny Pokemon is much heavier than it looks. So she drops him with a clank and then returns Aaron to the Pokeball and stashes the Pokeball into her jeans.
Geneva, by this time, has sauntered over, hearing you all already starting to bicker. And she goes, hey, everyone, just settle down. Just settle down. I'm Geneva. I'm your squad leader. You've effectively passed your initiation into Team Void. That's what this is. Something you may have found out by now, Team Void operates through the use of Pokemon. Kind of unique based on the fact that probably none of you actually know how to operate with a Pokemon to begin with. And that's why we do this exercise as initiation. Those of you that can unstick the stick from the mud are the ones that stick around. That's a lot of uses of stick. You're welcome. And the other ones just fall by the wayside, whether through creativity outside of using the Pokemon itself, fiercely battling with the Pokemon with the limited instructions, or just wearing down an old person, as Mortimer seems to have done. Y'all made it, so congratulations.
Made it into what?
Into what we call Team Void. You may have heard some stirrings, you may not have. Some people know we're about, some
Nope,
don't.
I haven't heard any stirrings. No.
Jennifer, do you have, can you get my book back from Razaren? I really just feel, incomplete without it.
She looks over to her Toxicroak and just kind of signals it over to Raz and Ren, who are just kind of packing up the remaining belongings of the kind of first test. And the Toxicroak comes back, hands you your book. As the Toxicroak is handing the book back, Geneva kind of sees it pass from the Toxicroak hands to yours and goes, "Interesting. A Void logo journal."
I don't, look, this was my wife Tilly's, and I can't read anything in it, and it's really all I've got left of her. I didn't know that's what that was.
Interesting. You're going to be a fun one to follow. I'm excited. June, Jimmy, a big nail, is it? A big nail? Is that right?
Bag, like a
bag
shopping
of nails? You're a Jimmy, a bag of nails?
A bag nail, a big nail.
Jennifer, don't worry.
Jimmy, a big nail.
Jennifer, don't worry. A bag of nails here will be just fine.
I mean, just a simple clarification would have been just fine. I'll stick with Jimmy to just save me. So, Team Void, we are looking to re-usurp the power that was usurped from the people and the earth itself. We are a group whose veins run far and wide across all regions of our planet. And as I mentioned, we operate through Pokemon. You either know why you're here, have interest, or know about us. And if you have no clue, that means we've sought you out.
Geneva, I got a question. So,
yes, Mortimer.
So we are all Team Void, but what is our team? Are we Team Void?
No, we're not like Team Void subset R or Super. We're not like Team Void semicolon Super. We're just, as a collective, we're Team Void. As a squad, it is us four. I lead you through your next phases of missions. I'm kind of your go-to person within our facilities. You ask questions to me. I'm going to coach you through this area, through your initiations through Pokemon. That's kind of where I come in. I love doing it. I love propping up our future members of Team Void. That's what I do.
Thanks, Geneva. I really appreciate that thorough and detailed explanation. I can't wait to work with you further in the future.
Thank you, Mortimer.
June is kind of like turning her Pokeball over in her pocket, in her jeans pocket. She also shoves something else a little further deep into her other pocket. And she says, "So Pokemon, where did you get them all? I've never seen one."
Well, honestly, Pokemon has kind of been wiped out, through the industrial growth that our world has survived. Some of us are more inclined to support the nature-based aspects of the planet rather than the financial gain or industrial boom side aspects of this planet. Team Void is trying to find the balance between the two. The pendulum has swung so far onto this industrial side of the pendulum, and we're trying to swing it back. We operate through Pokemon. We breed them. We find them. We catch them. It's typically a lot easier to find and persuade Pokemon to join your efforts when you're flanked by Pokemon that trust you and you trust them. Before we go any further, though, I want to give you the first piece of what establishes you as what we call Void Grunts, our lowest level of Team Void members. And she pulls out 3 watch boxes, and hands each of you one of them. And when you crack them open, it's a completely jet black kind of band with a purple outlined face. And she says, okay, each one of you come up to me with your watch. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. You all have to go through it anyways. June, I'll start with you. I seem to maybe understand that you might be the leader of this group already. I don't know. I don't want to put that onus on you, but the other two seem a mess.
Well, like I said, I did win my battle by myself, fair and square. She looks at Jimmy.
I mean, technically, you had to use your Pokemon
Thanks,
to win
Mortimer.
your battle.
Thanks, Mortimer.
I won my battle myself.
Thank you, Mortimer. Thank you, Mortimer. Geneva plucks out the watch and kind of like removes the plastic covering to it. Toxicroak comes over and uses one of the kind of like, what are they called? Kind of like talon things over its hand and pricks you in the middle of your palm so you start bleeding.
Oh, shit. What the hell?
Geneva sinks the back plate of the watch into your blood and then puts it on. And the Void watch all of a sudden lights up. He goes, now that watch is bound to you. Next, we scan in your Pokemon. And she pulls out the Pokeball, and your Void watch reads the Pokeball. And all of a sudden, kind of a voice pops out of the watch, and you just hear, Aaron, the Iron Armor Pokemon. It eats iron to build its steel body. Its hunger may drive it to eat any available iron, including vehicles and train tracks. Now registered to Void Grum member 124. We do that because only you can use that watch, and now the ball is bound to your watch, so only you can use that Pokemon. That's how we keep from our Pokemon being stolen and used by people we don't want. It's bound by blood to the watch, so they need to have your blood, your watch, and the Pokeball for them to be able to use your Pokemon.
Sick.
That's how we protect our assets. Same thing is done with Jimmy. Toxicroak pokes your hand, you get the blood on the watch, and slaps the watch on, scans in your Pokemon. Timber, the muscular Pokemon. It fights by swinging a piece of lumber. As they grow, the piece of lumber gets bigger. Goes over to Mortimer. Same thing. It takes a couple pricks to get Mortimer. He's got that slow blood pump.
Pasty, dehydrated blood.
Wow.
Mortimer. Oh, shit. No, that's not your Pokemon.
Mortimer, the old man.
Mortimer, the old man
Almost
Pokemon. The varicose vein Pokemon. Ghastly, the gas Pokemon. Born from gases, anyone would faint if engulfed by its gaseous body, which contains poison. Beep. And you have all been registered with your Pokemon. You now have Void Grunt watches. Geneva looks around and claps her hands and goes, well, how about a tour?
1, 2, 3.
Good job, Tins.
Actually,
Tins, did you clap?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't see it.
I couldn't see it either. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to You Meet in a Tavern presents Void. The gang is back together recording episode 2, but before we get too far into the weeds with that, Brian, I think you listened to it today. Brian, you want to give us a recap?
I absolutely did not, but that's okay.
Okay, cool. So when you asked Joe to send it out so you could feel caught up, you just didn't do any of that?
I mean, so like I'm by myself at work this week, so it's extremely busy. But the three of us, Mortimer, Jimmy, and June, were kidnapped, taken to a secret Void hideout, forced to duel other people for the opportunity to join Void, the Void Team Void, I guess. Obviously, the three of us succeeded in various succeed in quotation marks ways, and we were introduced to Geneva, and she Geneva,
Yeah.
Geneva. I'm calling her Geneva. And she is going to be, I guess, our guide or our team captain kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah. So she's your all's like squad leader, essentially, kind of your all's camp counselor of the hideout, if you will. And also just something to note, you guys got those Team Void Grunt watches.
Oh, yeah.
And the watches, what's important about those is they're blood synced to the individual, and then the Pokemon are synced to the watch. So it keeps the Pokemon associated to the person, so they can't be stolen and used or used by another trainer or something along those lines. So episode 2, we said let's start with leveling up. So we'll get the trainer levels up to 2. We'll get your all starting Pokemon up to level 2. Joe, it sounds like you might already have that sorted, so I'll go over to you since Tins just pulled out the largest paper towel I've ever seen in my life to wipe off his face. And we'll start with you, Joe. What do you got?
All right.
Jesus, is that a t-shirt?
No, it's like 2 half
a
paper
white
towels.
towel.
It's a completely normal sized paper towel.
I don't believe you. So level 2, when you level your trainer up to 2, we leveled our Pokemon up to level 2, which thus, I think by the rule book, I have to actually look this up. Or maybe we're just going kind of like our own thing.
Didn't you write the rule book?
Yeah, I just got to check. It's been a while. So yeah, like technically by the rule book, we don't level our characters up to level 2 until we have 3 Poke levels. But if we're doing both at the same time, I leveled Aaron up to level 2, and Pokemon at level 2 get new moves. So that was pretty sweet. I took average HP, and I gave it a nature, and the nature was cocky. What cocky does, let me check. Cocky adds 2 to its strength, but subtracts its charisma by 2. And the moves I selected, I had Harden, Mud Slap earlier, and I selected Metal Claw and Rock Tomb. So I'm pretty excited about that. I got a ground move, I got a rock move, I got a steel move, and a normal move. So, multiple types. As for June, when she leveled up for 2, I took average HP there. You also select a specialization at level 1, which we didn't talk about, and a trainer path at level 2. So I chose Martial Artist as my level 2 specialization, which gives me +1 to Strength, Con, or Dex, and then I get a +1 to any skill check I have by my fighting Pokemon. Don't have one of those yet, but maybe. I just figured that fit with character, kind of rough and tough girl. And then my trainer path, I chose Commander. It says you rule over your Pokemon with an iron fist, demanding respect and forming an unbreakable bond with your team. And I figured maybe not the iron fist part, but at least like being extremely loyal. She's always been very loyal to her friends or family. I figured that fit with her kind of style. And what happens with that at level 2 is my starter's loyalty immediately goes to its max level of loyal. which gives me some bonuses, some temporary HP, and some saving throw bonuses automatically. And then the rest of the trainer path is basically based off that loyalty thing and just a strong bond with the Pokemon that you have. So I'm pretty pumped about that. That's my character.
Excellent. And just the sense of the game, instead of like, obviously they got to choose the trainer path and specifications for their trainer. But, we really pushed for them to choose something that fits to their background, which is what would lend them to be this. So instead of thinking of it as they've developed these skills, it's more of thinking of this is who they always were, and this is how it applies to them being a Pokemon trainer or thrust into that role. So thanks, Joe, and the new and improved June. Tins, why don't you go through your quick level up for us?
Sure. So Timber went level 2. I actually also picked Cocky for Timber, which gives him extra strength but cuts his charisma. And when he leveled up to level 2, he got Low Kick, which is a fighting type move. He is a fighting type, right? I think.
Yes.
And he also got Bide. So Bide, Pound, Low Kick, and Focus Energy. So that's Timber. And when Jimmy leveled up, we're doing specialization and
trainer path. Yep.
And trainer path. Okay. So specialization I took as Charmer, which adds 1 to my charisma, which is why I took it. And it also gives a +1 bonus to all skill checks made by any of your fairy type Pokemon. So hopefully I'll find a fairy type Pokemon somewhere along the way. And for my trainer path, I picked Grunt. Grunt is sort of the aspiring evil team member. And what that does is it gives you proficiency in Deception, Stealth, or Sleight of Hand. I already have proficiency in Deception, Sleight of Hand, so I'll take Stealth. And once per Pokemon battle, I can impose disadvantage on an opponent's attack roll or saving throw.
And that's just an instantaneous action?
That's actually when I reach level 5. So I guess we don't get anything right now.
No, you get something immediately. It's in the first description, and then 5, 9, and
You get
15, I think.
additional specialization.
Hey, take an additional specialization. What fun. Well, then, heck. What other specialization? I didn't prepare for that.
So because you chose Grunt, you actually get to select another specialization. Is what you're saying. Since you didn't think about that, you want to put that on ice for while Brian kind of goes through his, and maybe we'll bounce back over to you?
No, I have a plan.
Okay, settle down,
For
everybody.
a change.
Double Charmer. Can you do that?
I just decided, no. I was going to take Shadow, but it was going to give me proficiency in something I already have proficiency in. But instead, I'm going to say that this unlocks the fact that Jimmy was like a Taekwondo nerd. Who he got a black belt when he was like 8 years old, and he takes it very seriously. And he, for that reason, is a martial artist as well, which will increase my dex by 1 and give a +1 bonus to skill checks made by my fighting Pokemon.
So becoming a Team Void has unlocked your memories of watching too many kung fu movies, and suddenly he is a martial artist. Excellent. And then
Makes sense.
For HP and stuff, did you just take the average, or did you roll on that one?
I just did whatever the app does. For myself.
That's average.
Correct.
So average.
So average. So average for you're going to take average for yourself, and you took average for your Pokemon.
Yeah.
Okay. Brian, aka Mortimer Finch, bring us through the old man.
All right. So for Ghastly, leveling him up to level 2, took what's it called? The Nimble Nature. Is that right? That's what it's got. So which gives me -2 strength, but +1 AC. At level 2, unlocked 2 new moves to go along with Hypnosis and Lick, which are Spite and Mean Look. So that'll be
what type of moves are those?
Mean Look is normal.
Yeah, and
Spite is Ghost.
Nice.
which is all lick is also ghost, and then hypnosis is psychic.
Perfect. So another thing to reinforce with your all different types of moves, lick, hypnosis, and things like that. We're going to be using those in all sorts of situations. So don't forget that, as I kind of showed with Hypno in the first episode, you can use that stuff on people.
Perfect.
So keep that in mind. Keep that in
was
mind.
dope.
That's another reason why it was a good transition for you to get a hypnosis-based Pokemon and me be able to do that in the first episode. Anyways, so that's Ghastly. Walk us through Mortimer.
Sure. So for Mortimer, I am taking the Mountaineer specialization, which makes sense. I'm a minor. Increase Strength, Con, or Dex by +1, and then add a +1 bonus to all skill checks made by any of your rock Pokemon, obviously, which I have none of at the moment. I'm going to put that +1 bonus into Constitution. And then for my trainer path, I am going to take or choose the Nurse trainer path, which says you have a pure heart and a healing spirit. You want the best for your Pokemon, and that involves always keeping them in tip-top shape. When you choose this path, gain proficiency in the medicine skill. At each long rest or Pokemon Center visit, your held Pokemon gain temporary hit points equal to your level.
That's awesome. That's gonna make your Pokemon pretty freaking stout.
Increased hit points, increased AC, at least for Ghastly. Hopefully it'll be off to a good start.
I think you're in wonderful shape. So that being said, you guys are with Geneva at the end of episode 1. She said, hey, let's take a tour. So what do you guys say we take a tour?
Let's do it.
Sure.
Geneva, I'd love a tour.
All right, Toxicroak, can you please follow behind these three? Make sure we don't lose any stragglers. And as she's walking, so you guys were kind of still in that room where you did the first battles. And as I explained in episode 1, like at the far end of the room is that open door to the right where all the people were getting pulled out. And then that kind of ironclad door to the left. And that's still closed. And she doesn't walk you in that direction. She walks you through the open door. And it's kind of a long hallway. At the end of the long hallway is an elevator. There's nothing really in that hallway. A couple other Team Void members just kind of loitering. And as she's walking down this hallway, she's like, all right, everyone, listen up. And she kind of lifts up her left hand where her Team Void watch is. And she goes, this is your express pass to anywhere in here. You being grunts have access to certain levels of this facility. By the time she explains this to you, you get to this elevator at the end of the hallway. And she kind of presses a button, lights up orange, and get in. She's like, let's start from the top. And she actually hits level 0. And you feel the elevator go up and pulls you all up. And as you guys get to the first floor, the doors kick open and she walks you all out. It's like, this is what the remnants of an old Pokemon laboratory were. We kind of keep it intact to kind of hide what we've got going on down below. But as you can see, we kind of expertly kept it in tatters. And she points to a couple corners in the room where there's cameras and maybe some rubble placed a little too accurately, so it might actually be a booby trap of some sort, things of that nature. And, there's not much else to see. It's just kind of a lab that's kind of in ruins. She turns to you all, anything else to see here? Or can we get to, the crux of this thing?
Geneva, I must say this looks devoid of any useful information.
She just, looks at the camera like Jim Halpert and just...
June shakes her head so
just
hard.
Flat faces, and she points at the opposite end of from the elevator and goes, "That's where you guys will be walking in. You essentially key card in with your watch, and then you can key card into the elevator."
Geneva, what? So why can't we access the rest of the facilities? What's the ranking system here? How do we climb the ranks, so to speak?
You climb the ranks by furthering the cause, doing your duties, gaining more responsibility, building trust within the tasks given to you. The hierarchy isn't really important to you right now. I think it's just important for you to level set where you actually are. Now, when I say you get access to the facility, you're not cut off from everything, but there are some floors that you don't have access to until you do progress. We'll say in our trust hierarchy, our hierarchy of trust. And she kind of turns on her heel and gets back in the elevator, hits the button, steps inside, and she scans her watch, her Team Void watch on kind of like this key card placard. And she turns to you guys like, we're going to go to ground floor 2. Ground floor 1 was where you just were. That's where we had kind of that training ground. We call it the training grounds, is that open space where you guys battled your Pokemon. Through that ironclad door is kind of our supply depot. You all don't have access to that, but if you require special things for missions going out, you can go there. And behind that as well is kind of where we keep all the security for our building, cameras, electronics, things of that nature that kind of keep us under the radar. But I think you guys are going to really appreciate ground floor 2. And as she says that, the doors kick open to ground floor 2, and this is just sprawling out in front of you. It's kind of like set up almost like a food court to the like of a mall. It kind of opens up. It's kind of like a hub around, very similar to the Arcane Tower.
I was gonna say, June looks for Farrah's falafel hut.
Where's the falafels?
I want some falafels, damn it.
Unlike the Arcane Tower, it doesn't have a falafel hut. But she just kind of points in each corner. So we'll say it's a square with kind of each corner has like its own entrance. And she points, and everything's pretty well titled, like labeled, excuse me. And she points to the left-hand corner, and there's the Black Void Market. And across the way, that's our gambling corner. Over in that corner over there, that's the Null and Void. And right here to my right is the Inkwell. Where do you all want to start?
What's the Null and Void?
So the Null and Void has kind of like these cheeky, kind of like Wild West swinging doors in front of it. And the Null and Void kind of going through the font is... like a tentacruel tentacle for a Pokemon reference, and at the end is just a stein of beer.
Sweet, that's the bar. Got it.
Did you say gambling?
Gambling corner, yes. Across the way. And that one's just like a shitty old neon sign that just like it just blinks and and it kind of like sporadically goes in and out. But it's like no clever name, just the gambling corner.
Okay.
Is that because you couldn't think of one, or that's because that's what it is?
Just because I thought amongst the other 3, which I actually thought of names for, I thought it would be funny to have one just be like,
that's awesome.
It's a gambling corner. It's kind of degenerate, no name. Like it is what it is.
What does the Inkwell look like?
The Inkwell, since it's right next to you, you can kind of peer in, and it's a tattoo parlor.
Oh, sick. Well, I'm open. June's kind of just like taking it all in, looking around, catching the eyes of some people. They're obviously giving her weird looks. We're the newbies, I guess, in town.
Jimmy is already strolling over to the gambling area.
Geneva's like, gambling corner it is. Gambling corner it is. And she like kind of like hustles past you, so she's like back in the lead of you, and then Toxicroak is kind of like ushering Mortimer along to kind of like follow the group. And as you go into the gambling corner, you see it's kind of like an arcade prize wall, kind of like right when you walk in, like straight ahead of you. On this prize wall are just random things that look like potions, gems, other miscellaneous items that you may or may not be able to identify. Some gold Pokeballs are actually just sitting on the wall as well. And then to the right are 3 circular tables. There only 2 of them have a couple people in there playing a couple games of cards.
I love cards. I sit at the table with 2 people at it.
June's gonna kind of hang back and like like kind of nudge Geneva, and she's watching Jimmy kind of like do his thing, and she's just like, Geneva, do we have an appointment at a certain time? Like, is there some action? Should we be doing something here, or?
She looks like she kind of like peers over at you and does like the hand to throat, like like this isn't happening, like we don't have time for this, but doesn't impose. She actually leans across the like the arcade prize wall, where there's this like snidely whiplash, like thin mustachioed man with a fedora on, and she goes, Pierre-Luc. And she just kind of like points at Jimmy's back as he's like gallivanting with the two people at the table. And he goes, of course. And he pulls out his own Pokeball and he just rolls it across the table and cracks open. And right next to Jimmy materializes an enormous gray four-armed behemoth. With just this gold wrestling belt around its waist and just the skivvy trunks of a mat wrestler. And this Machamp grabs Jimmy on the shoulders with his top pair of arms and around the hips with his bottom pair of arms and just lifts him up and sets him back down facing Pierre-Luc, the gambling corner, we'll say owner for the sake of argument, but superintendent too. Oh, thank you, Machamp. And he just returns Machamp, and he goes, Geneva, all yours. Good luck. And he walks over to the end of the arcade prize thing and just kind of watches so Jimmy can't go back to the table.
He says, okay, no gambling in the gambling room. What do you guys want to do?
Geneva goes, she goes, not yet. You're not quite on your own time yet, but glad to see I've finally found something that you're interested in that might keep you here.
Mortimer is just standing behind Geneva and June, just flipping through pages of his book that he carries around, looking at the pages.
Geneva eyes that, not suspiciously, but just kind of like keeping an eye, like, I thought in my notes it said he couldn't read. It's kind of like her mental thought. And she kind of like gives like a 2-finger salute to the pit boss, Pierre-Luc, and kind of ushers you back out of the gambling corner. And she goes, there you can gamble on anything. You can gamble on the Pokemon you own. You can gamble for money. You can buy new Pokemon there. You can get a litany of items, healing, adventure-based, personal-based, if you're into those sorts of nefarious goods. But the gambling corner is your center for degeneracy here in Team Void. Where to next?
June is kind of like, we talked about this in episode 1, but she's still very curious and interested in how Team Void is getting a hold of all these Pokemon, because she, has always known or thought that they didn't exist anymore. So she's going to ask that to Geneva. Geneva, how did you get all these Pokemon? What do you mean buy Pokemon? You have more of them?
Yeah, we have to have something of worth for people to spend the money we give them on successful missions on. But as I mentioned before, we are on every region of this earth, and we breed them, we catch them. We have several Pokemon of the same type because of these breeding practices. And we actually have a couple people in our midst whose sole job is to scour the earth for the remaining Pokemon and capture them so that we can bring them into captivity, ensure their fate is continued, their future actually exists, and breed more into existence. And over time, the relationship of Team Void and Pokemon has been one of collaborative friendship to essentially, as I mentioned before, swing the pendulum back towards a natural habitat for these creatures.
Jennifer, I'm really confused. So I've got Ghastly and Jimmy's got Timber. when you breed them, what does it come out at? I don't understand. Is that I thought I had the only Ghastly. I've got the only Ghastly. Is that right? Is that how Pokemon work?
I don't know the inventory of all our Pokemon. I don't know. Like, I myself only have one Pokemon, Toxicroak, and she just throws a thumb over her shoulder. I'm not one of the breeders. Like, we all have a role here. I follow the same path as you, not as a scientist or a breeder or a survivalist that goes out and finds them. I'm an executor of missions.
Jennifer, I'm a simpleton. You're misunderstanding, okay? You're misunderstanding.
I love, for those of you watching the video, I love that Brian's whole body gets into character. He's literally hunched over, like sweating.
First off, I am committed, okay?
I think it's fantastic.
I'm doing my best.
I love it.
So, Jennifer, you're saying is there more than one Toxicroak? I'm confused.
As far as I know. Do I know if there's one? I can't say for certain, but I wouldn't see why there wouldn't be.
Oh.
I think, Morty, I think Pokemon
don't call me Morty, first off. My name's Mortimer.
I
we don't know each other that well.
I choose.
We don't know each other that well yet, Junebug.
Oh, come on. Now you're definitely Morty.
I like the question, do Ghastlies fuck? That seems to be what Mort's getting at here.
I'm just wanting to know, in case I run into another Ghastly in the wild, how do I differentiate between my Ghastly and their Ghastly? Like, should I give my Ghastly a name? Should I name him, like, Rick?
June holds up her watch, and she says, Morty, it's the watch. They explained this already. We're connected. You won't be connected to any other Ghastly.
You could give it a little hat.
Can I give him a name?
You could. Geneva is like flabbergasted right now. She like looks past Mortimer and just sees Pierre-Luc dying laughing. He's just right inside, and the pit boss is buckled over. He is losing his shit right now. And she just looks Mortimer. She goes, I don't fucking care. Name it whatever you want.
Jennifer, thanks. Everything should have a name. Ghastly's name is now Rick.
Rick and Morty.
Nope. Rick Ghastly.
So Mortimer
Richard
and his Ghastly.
Mortimer.
It's Mortimer.
Rick.
I'm Mortimer Finch, and that's Rick Ghastly.
So Ghastly is his last name.
Ghastly. I get it.
Like Rick. And it's Mortimer and it's Rick and Morty. Good. Quality content there.
That's two puns in one.
Levels on levels on levels.
The Xbox thing just popped up at the bottom of my screen. It said achievement unlocked. Well done. Well done. And Geneva is just like, oh, God. And she's like, do you want to go see anything else? Like, she's just like disgusted with the situation.
You tell me, this is our employee orientation. What is there to see?
June's looking off towards the null and void, just saying, listen, if we gotta wait for some kind of appointment or something, I gotta at least get a drink.
Let's get a drink.
Fine. Yeah,
I could use a strong setza.
And Geneva just nods in agreement, and just you see her shoulders just slumped down, and she's like, Christ, these are the three I got. And she leads you all over to the null and void. You push open the two swinging doors, and it is a like dimly lit, just kind of like very bare bones, like wood bar, wood tables all over the place. There's like shitty like techno music playing, like, but not loud. It's just like to cause a buzz, to like break up any silence that might have been in there. And in the back at the bar, just screaming at patrons, get your hands off that! Get your hands off that! And it's just an old man like whipping a towel at two drunk like void members. And as you all funnel in, she's like, and that is your bartender. And over there, and you just see this little ball of matted fur just with huge like boxing glove like hands and little feet, jumping on a table, just getting super jazzed up, just throwing punches into a rowdy patron. And that over there is his Pokemon, the Primeape. They run this place. And she walks up to the bar and goes, "Hey, Ricketts, 4 beers, please." And he's like, "Get off of that!" He's like, "I'm coming, get off of there!" And he's like whipping his towel and runs over, pours 4 beers, slams them on the bar, and then just shouts right past you, "Tug, you get them the fuck out of here! You get them out of here!" The Primeape hops up and down, lays in a huge KO on this drunk Void member, and throws him through the double doors with a seismic toss. And you are now in the Null and Void with some beers in front of you.
Wait, are our Pokemon out?
I put mine away.
I want mine to be following me around. I released my Timber from his prison,
Timber has been released from his ball prison.
so he can sit on a bench next to me, and I pat him on his little head.
Seeing that, I think June will like pull up a stool, slide her beer towards her, and then just like tap the Pokeball on the bar. And Aaron like crashes down outside of this Pokeball, just slams down on the bar, maybe splintering it a bit. He's like 115 pounds. I think I looked that up.
I don't know what Timber's dimensions are.
Mortimer's going to let Rick out, obviously, and Rick's just going to kind of float right on top of Mortimer's head, so it almost looks like he's sitting on his hat.
Can Pokemon drink, or is it like dogs where it's poison for them?
Aaron is definitely like sticking his little metal tongue into June's giant mug, and June kind of pulls it away. He's like, "Get off that."
I would like another beer for my friend here. I motion to Timber.
Ricketts, again, like just peers into your soul and looks at Geneva and goes, "Who the fuck are these guys?" And then like hops over the bar and is just like yelling at his Primeape and leaves the bar unattended. So if you'd want to do something to get Timber a beer, by all means. But Ricketts isn't pouring your Timber a beer.
Jimmy pours Timber a beer.
Timber has a beer.
Okay.
Hey, Ricketts.
Good, I'm glad we established that.
Ricketts, what's this beer called?
Beer? Like, we only have one kind. It's beer.
You don't have like a house special? It's not a Bud Light?
He's just shouting. He's like, "I don't know what a Bud Light is, but that is beer. There's beer and then brown." When he says brown, he points, and it's just like unmarked bottles of brown liquid, of just like on a shelf behind the bar. He's like, "Beer and brown."
She kind of looks back at her Aaron, who's devouring this beer out of her glass. She tried to push him away a couple times, but it's just not happened. And she takes into consideration what Rick had said, and she says, "You know what? Maybe Morty's right. Maybe we should give you a name. I'm going to call you Bud." And she kind of like pats him on the head.
Based on your trainer path, and Aaron is like elated. It just kind of just elated, like, got a name, had some beer, feeling great. Your bond is the strongest it could be. Geneva, like, you look over to her and she has her entire beer is gone. And she just leans on the bar and kind of leans over to you, goes, "Since we're taking a little moment here, I guess I'll tell you some other things the Void Watch does. You can communicate to each other since you're all in a group. It's programmed that way. I can't believe I have to say this. You guys can reach me. The Void Watch can identify most Pokemon. You just tilt it and press the button on the bottom right. It'll identify Pokemon and tell you a little bit about it. And it'll like anytime you see those key reader to Void hideouts, satellite operations, anything else, provided you have a high enough ranking access, you can buzz yourself in with the watches.
June immediately points her watch at the primate and pushes a button
Let me.
and forces the DM to look up this.
It's magic.
Hold on. There's a way to look up what they are here.
There's actually, and I will mention this to the other guys too. If you go into your app, there's like a Pokédex, and you can like type in what you've seen and what you've caught, and if you look up primate, it'll tell you the dex entry pretty quickly.
So I just happen to be on a different page. So if it's different from what the app is, it's just because I'm not reading it from the app. But your watch kind of whirs for a second, and then
Primate. Once Primate begins its strongest attack, Thrash, it goes completely out of control.
And as you hear that readout, it's just Ricketts and Primate just manhandling each other. They clearly gotten in an argument at between when he walked over there, and that literally looks like they're thrashing at each other right now. Just knocking through a table, just screaming at each other.
Geneva, I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. I got to make you understand.
Okay, sure.
What are we doing here? Because we did the whole Jimmy gambling thing, and we've done the whole drinky thing. Are we just having a good time, or should we go check out the tattoo thing? Because Jimmy looks like the type. Or does I think we're ready to go on our first mission. We are probably the best team going for Team Void at the moment.
In the background, you just hear as beer spews across the back of the bar.
Geneva just leaning back at the bar, just kind of looking sad at Mortimer, and she just goes, "Well, normally people's existence is mediocre at best. We like to hit them with the tour of what we've got going on. Usually that's kind of a thing we get to use to entice individuals to stay once we kind of look into why they're there, or why we've brought you here. Clearly that's not the case with you all. Just so many questions that honestly, I guess we should just go ahead and tackle at this point. The market's a market. It's figure it out later. And the Inkwell will, Jesus, she's just like, oh, Ricketts, I need 8 beers. Just bring them to the table. And she ushers you all away from the bar to a table in the corner of the Null and Void.
This is Joe. I am your June, and this is 2020. Happy New Year. Jason Ford
sits on the table next to where you
means the world. And thank you all to all your listeners for tuning in. Episode 2. Hope you're enjoying it. Hope you stick with us and enjoy the rest of the show. Peace out. Aaron just kind of rolls off the bar and slams into the floor.
Creating a divot of some sort, I presume.
Yeah. Now there's a dent in the tile, which is probably already broken, of the Null and Void, and he waddles himself over, following June happily to the table.
Toxicroak actually sits on the table next to where you all are surrounded. And she kind of seems to materialize a little notebook out of her pocket and is just flipping through angrily, just. And she goes, "All right, Mortimer, that diary of yours with the Void logo on it. I'm surprised you have no more interest of being here, but you'd think for somebody that can't read, symbols would balance into something for you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your diary, see if it lines up with what we've got on you, and why we brought you here.
Well, first off, this isn't my diary. It was my wife Tilly's. And recently, well, not recently, but she's passed away. And then going through her stuff, I found this in her belongings. I'm going to be honest, there's no writing in it. It's just a bunch of drawings and stick figures. I don't know what any of it is. I think, like, seeing that that Pokemon thing earlier, the one with the big belt thing, like there's some of those like in there, and I try and match it up. Maybe I don't know. I'm just trying to figure things out.
Geneva kind of furrows her brow and like flips a couple more pages in her notebook, and she's just kind of looking at it. She goes, "Now, I'm assuming your wife was around the same age as you, or was she younger or older?"
Oh, I mean, we were roughly the same age, I think. I mean, I really don't. I'm somewhere like 55 to 60, where I come from, where they don't really care. They just throw you in the mines. But she was the town physician. And, so she helped me learn to, take care of the boys whenever one of us got hurt in the mines. And she really brought out, that caring and compassionate side of me, which is really just the best part of me. I'm just the best part of me.
Geneva's now flipping through her notes, and she you kind of see her again furrow her brow, and she kind of looks a little bit confused as she's kind of like rereading some of the notes. And you just see her kind of produce a pen, like click it a couple times. Then you can distinctly see her draw into her notebook like a couple question marks, like near some bullet point or some note she had. And she flips back and she goes, "How old were you when you met Tilly?"
Oh, must have been 15, 20 years ago. I mean, I'd been working in the mines for 25 years. So, I don't know, 45, 40?
Interesting. Geneva writes something down again, and she goes, "Can I look through the journal real quick?"
Mortimer slowly hands over Tilly's journal.
Geneva quickly flips through it and identifies some of the drawings as Pokemon that have been quickly sketched out. And she just kind of like smiles and hands it back and goes, "How much do you know about your wife before you met?"
I mean, she showed up in town one day and she was good at healing people. I mean, before that, we didn't really talk about our lives before. I mean, I was always a miner, and I assumed she was always like a physician.
Interesting. Well, in my notes here, we have notes about you specifically, and I haven't really been able to tie it back to us. That's not really. I'm not in recruitment. But I think it would behoove you to find some of the older Void members around here and maybe ask them how much they know about Tilly. I know our head of recruitment's pretty old, and probably a solid chance that he's familiar with Tilly when she joined Team Void. You don't get these journals otherwise.
Sweet Tilly's toenails! Are you telling me that Tilly was also a Team Void member?
Well, these journals are actually kind of a relic of the past. Before we got to the watches, we had essentially what looked like a notepad. It was a digital notepad that would read what Pokemon were, do similar functions to the watch, and before that. So we could keep a good running log of everything. We had these specifically made and engineered field notebooks for some of our members that would go out and try and locate and scout areas to find new Pokemon. And this is a very specific subset of an item that only a few people would have had in that time period. So yes, I'm saying she was a Team Void member at some point in her life.
That makes a lot more sense. I thought maybe she had just like worked on and operated on some really weird shaped people.
That is, I mean, maybe she did that too. I'm not going to claim to know your wife's whole history, but I think it's safe to say that your connection through your wife to Team Void is why we brought you here. Honestly, maybe because somebody higher up has a soft heart for somebody that works too damn hard and looks like they're having a miserable time, and maybe Team Void was their way of giving you an out to something else. Or maybe pay homage to a cause that your wife believed in. I'm not going to hazard a guess to that. That's for you to find out. But it makes a little clear with these notes why you might have been brought here.
So the symbol on the front is a V and not a maze?
Certainly not a maze. If it is a maze, it's the easiest maze to solve of all time, which I'm sure you've conquered numerous attempts.
I have failed every time.
Mortimer, we'll get you there, buddy. We'll get you there. And she, if she hadn't handed the notebook back, she hands it back over to Mortimer. And she kind of swivels over to June and is starting to look through her notes, through her notebook. And she goes, June, I feel, unless my notes aren't as accurate as, unless my notes aren't as good as we wanted them to be for Mortimer, I feel like you've got a family tie too, which might be why you're here.
Yeah, she listening to Morty's story, I guess she's a little bit more open to opening up, but she still has a look of confusion on her face as to how Geneva would possibly know that. You can see that right away, like her reaction easily show that. But she doesn't say anything.
So Geneva just kind of, again, goes to her page and she's like, June Collins, 2 brothers, a mother that you believe passed away when she was young, maybe when you were young, and you kind of lost connection with your dad. That's just some quick hit notes that we were able to gather on you in our scouting. There's some what do I want? What's the word? Heirlooms? No. Trinkets.
Doohickeys? Tchotchkes?
June interrupts. She kind of has had her arms crossed at this point. She leans forward and puts her arms on the table. You guys have really done your research, haven't you?
Hey, if we're able to find Pokemon, it's a hell of a lot easier to find people. And Geneva just kind of shrugs.
Yeah. And she says, well, I guess if we're laying it all out here. And she reaches into her jeans pocket and she pulls out and slams on the table a pin that you would like attach, like a lapel, like you would just attach to your shirt. And it's the V symbol. It's just the V of the void symbol. And she says, I found that in my mom's stuff.
She slams it on the table, you said?
Yeah.
Geneva snatches it up and she goes, oh, wow, I haven't seen one of these. And she's like turning it over in her hand and she immediately looks at it and goes, can I buy this from you?
Absolutely not. And she reaches over to grab it back. And she says, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, Geneva doesn't like fight for it or anything. She clearly respects that it's yours and hands it back. And she goes, I've only heard of those. That's how that was our secret identification between Void members when you were trying to show that you're with Team Void without explicitly saying it or having those outward conversations. And she rolls up her sleeve and kind of like lifts her arm to show you her tricep, like between her elbow and her armpit, her tricep. And she goes, now everybody gets these. And you just see like this glistening kind of very similar to our logo for the description is the V tattoo like on the back of her arm. And she goes, now we go with tattoos with special ink. They confiscated and burned all those because we had lost too many to non-void members, and it was an enormous compromise 25 years ago to our team. I can't believe you still have one. That is incredibly rare.
So I don't think June would say any of this. Like, she would probably leave it at, I found it in my mom's stuff, but I guess just for the audience, do you want me to go through like a quick snippet of my background?
Yeah.
Okay, so June grew up in Saffron City. Basically, her family was poor. She was never wealthy enough to kind of live in the high rises where, the air was clean or there wasn't as much crime or whatever. So she lived on the streets with her family. When she was really young, her mother did pass away and her father fell into like this alcoholic driven depression. And so she pretty much was the woman of the house. She had to take care of her younger brothers on her own because, her dad wasn't going to do any of it. He worked, but only made enough to keep them alive. And she kind of, cleaned the house, fed her younger brothers meals, sent them to school, all this kind of stuff, until finally they grew old enough to kind of leave the house and she was left with her dad. And then, eventually alcoholism took over and her dad passed away and she was left with this empty house. And she found, upon rummaging through her dad's old stuff under the bed where he slept, there was a locked box and she cracked it open. And inside were photographs of her and her brothers and her mom and dad when they were really young, and even dustier, older photographs of her father and mother together. And then she stumbled across another small box inside of this, which had a picture of her mother in a black uniform wearing this void pin, standing next to this beautiful fox-like Pokemon with like silky, purpley ribbons coming from underneath its ears. It was just this beautiful, elegant, really cool looking Pokemon, which was a, what did I say it was? I forget the name of it now. Evolution.
What color is it?
Purple.
Espeon?
It was Espeon, that's what it was. Yeah, so she's standing next to this Espeon, which kind of, June was amazed by this, that her mother had one of these mystical Pokemon that she had only heard of, never seen before, and inside that box was the Void Pin. So in that moment, she had nothing going for her anymore. She left her home in search of anyone that would know information about where this pin came from and what it meant that her mother would have this Pokemon, and through the networks, inner cities, through whether it be intimidation or deception or whatever, she found out a little bit more information about this operation called Void, and she made her way to Palatown and kind of tried to put her in a position where she would be taken in by Team Void the best that she could, and that's how she landed herself here. So that's kind of her story before all this.
Excellent.
But again, she wouldn't say that at the table. She would just kind of, take the pin back, and like in her mind, she just really wants to learn more about this place and what it's all about, in a way to learn more about her mother.
And, so when you take the pin back, and Geneva obviously explains, after explaining the pin and everything, she kind of turns to June and kind of like Mortimer, just kind of bopping between you two. And she goes, one of our best recruiting strategies is going down former members and finding like family trees off of them. Normally they come from the same similar background, which is disparaged, waiting for something in their lives to change for either the better or the worse. And oftentimes that's kind of how we get them to join. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But they are our fast track to getting new members, is essentially what she says. And she flips through her notebook once more and kind of spins over, and she looks and goes, Jimmy, you fucking mutant. And she's just flipping through some pages, and she's like, Jimmy, why don't you tell me why you think you got here?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. And Jimmy now has like 4 beer glasses inexplicably in front of him and empty, as does Timber next to him, and he's just casually playing with a deck of cards and doing little magic tricks for the Timber and sort of fascinating it by doing little tricks because he's very dexterous. He has a deck of cards that he carries around with him everywhere. The reason I'm here is because you fucking kidnapped me.
Geneva just starts laughing. And she goes, well, yes. But also, here.
Hey, can I say something else? You fucking kidnapped me right when I was about to make a lot of money.
She laughs again, and she just raises her finger and goes, thinks you're about to make a lot of money. And she just goes through and she goes, let me just hit some bullet points. Degenerate, criminal, suspicious moral compass.
What are you, police?
Poor.
Is this lady? Is this a police station? Are we in a police station
She
right
just
now?
looks you up and down. Poor dresser. Terrible hygiene.
Oh, I'm sorry. The kidnappers don't like the way I dress. The people who kidnap me think I'm some sort of criminal. Yeah, totally.
And she just laughs when you say that, and she goes, Jimmy, you're here because you're exactly the type of people we need in here. Look, we have what we call a noble cause, but you got to break some eggs to get this thing done. And we are going to be breaking a lot of eggs.
You broke about 100,000 eggs in a briefcase, which was about to be in my hands until you showed up.
Yeah, the person you were brokering the deal with was one of our Team Void recruits. It was a setup so we could get you. We just wanted to see how good you actually were, and that's when we brought you in. What are you talking about?
I don't think it's true. I think it's a lie.
She immediately reaches into her pocket, and she kind of like waits for a second, and she waves Toxicroak, and Toxicroak like immediately darts out of the Null and Void, and you see him kind of like jump into the Black Void market and then dart back and hands her like a little knapsack, and she reaches in and slams in front of the table 500 Poyen and slaps it in front of you, and she goes, I know for you money talks, and we pay money here. So regardless if you care about what we're trying to achieve, you're here because you have no moral compass or a suspect one at the bat. As suspect one at best, we need your skills and we'll pay you. Are you in or are you out?
June has never seen this much money in one place in her life. She's eyeing it hard.
Well, Jimmy snatches the money off the table immediately, obviously.
Krogunk immediately's hands with the talons just rest on your shoulders.
What's up, buddy?
And it just, Krogunk doesn't move, and Geneva just looks at Krogunk, looks at you, or excuse me, Krogunk, Toxicroak, looks at Toxicroak, looks at you, and just goes, so are you in or are you out?
He does a large theatrical flourish. Says, I'm in, officer.
Geneva laughs again and then kind of like nods at Toxicroak and who just pats you on the shoulder like a child, like a parent does a child that's standing above him. And Toxicroak kind of goes back and squats on the table and she goes, so only one more thing to make this official.
Now wait, do we get paid too?
And she's like, I mean, solid read on the situation. And she reaches in and she hands you each a bundle of 500 Poyen and then also produces 2 Black Void Pokeballs that she hands to each of you.
Oh,
and she goes, you probably never see anything out there on these missions, but we want to make sure you have something just in case. We don't really, like I said, you might have to do some research or talk to different individuals how you're actually supposed to catch these things. I've never done that. I've never seen really anyone outside of some combat, so I've never caught one on my own. But they're here. They're yours to figure out. We give them to you. What do you guys say we make this thing official now that I've given you Pokemon, or Team Void has, now that I've given you money, now that I've given you Team Void Pokeballs, the watches, you've got everything. There's just one last thing before we can say you're officially indoctrinated into the very lowest tier of Team Void as grunts. Yay or nay?
Are you gonna make me get a tattoo?
She just, as she just smiles and then rolls her sleeve down from when she rolled it up to show you all the tattoo.
June looks at Bud, and in unison they look back to Geneva, and both. Well, I guess June says "Yep" at the same time, but nods his head.
Ghastly is kind of like floating around Mortimer's head. Mortimer looks at Geneva. I can only tell you one thing. Never gonna let you down.
And she looks at you and goes, never gonna give you up. And, and then just her last swivel is just side eye over to Jimmy. And Jimmy, who's, obviously now 5 beers in or whatever.
Geneva, listen. You brought me on here to be, we'll say, the confidence man of the group. I'm a man of many masks, a man of many faces, a man who may have to roll his sleeves up every now and again to get things done, if you understand what I'm saying. I can't just have markings all over my body, which can cause me to be identified by the authorities. Identified, perhaps even as some sort of criminal.
She laughs again and she just slaps you on the back. She's like, I think you'll figure it out. And she
can we do a thigh maybe? The upper shoulder.
So I'm making you all follow. Enough of this conversation. She's making you all follow, and she's just got her.
He's just saying this in the background.
She's just like, you guys, just come with me, and she's like picking you up out of your chair, and she goes, Jimmy, the whole point of the tattoo is to have it somewhere where you can easily reveal it and it's easily hidden. Of course, we're not going to have it on your forehead.
Yours is on your arm.
Yeah, but it was on. She had a long sleeve shirt. She had to roll it up, and it was on her tricep.
Okay.
I did say between elbow and armpit on her tricep. So she leads you over to one of the remaining places you haven't actually seen, and that is the inkwell. And inside the inkwell is just this humongous old lady, just huge. And she looks over and goes, Lola, we got 3 more ready to go. And she just kind of like is wrapping up a tattoo. You just kind of hear the wzzz, zzz. And she looks over and she goes, have him take a seat. And she looks over to the opposite corner of the room of the tattoo parlor, and she goes, Inky Pete, get them ready. Have them tell you where they want it. And you just see this, you see kind of like this dog, like this tan dog with a brown circle around its eyes and brown ears and a long wispy tail that kind of like fluffs at the end, which has like this green kind of dye running down it. It kind of bounds over and kind of like pushes you all into your chair and is just kind of waiting for you all to kind of point where the tattoo's going to go. Don't forget, you have watches that identify Pokemon now.
Yes, June immediately points the watch at this new Pokemon.
And the Pokédeck, or the Void Grunt watch swerves for a second and just goes, Smeargle, the painter Pokemon. Colored fluids ooze from their tails, which they use to mark their territory and express themselves.
Fun.
So June is going to kind of lift up the side of her shirt a little bit and point to her rib cage. And at the same time, Aaron's kind of like click-clacking around her, like lifting up his arm and lifting up his leg and like showing the neck, like just trying to get in on the action. It's very cute.
You just kind of hear the Smeargle go like, and like puts a little X on Aaron with its tail paint. And then
Aaron is ecstatic.
And then goes over to June and kind of squints and then does like the quick marking of the void kind of maze spiral V, which immediately begins to like kind of blur and saturate a little bit, and then kind of pops into like this very, very bright purple. As Lola's wrapping up, this doesn't. As Lola's wrapping up with her, with the I guess a grunt that let's say you recognize from the first episode as somebody that had passed, she comes over to you, and she just starts pressing very hard, and just the tattoo gun kind of following the path that the Smeargle made, and that incredibly bright purple begins to fade a little bit. And then you can kind of see as you move in the light, it actually changes color from black to silver to like that bright purple to kind of like a dull purple. And it's like unlike anything you've seen before. Clearly a combination of the Smeargle paint and the tattoo ink that was used caused, like an irreplicable type of tattoo look on your body.
Sick. June is questioning, like, what just happened? What was that?
Lola.
To Geneva. Or Lola, or whoever's listening.
Geneva just goes, "You're Team Void now." A little bit more permanent than that pin you got.
Okay.
So Mortimer starts walking over to the chair, and as he's kind of walking over, Geneva, June, I'm going to need you all to look away. Lola's going to be doing the tattooing so she gets to see, but only my other sweet Tilly has seen what I'm about to show her. And he sits down and he starts taking off his boot. And he puts his foot up. And he points to the bottom of his foot.
Geneva like looks over her shoulder, just like, what is this old man doing now? Sees that it's your foot, and she just kind of reiterates, easy to hide, easy to show. Like,
take off my boot and it's right there.
She's just like fucking like scoffs and just, yeah, whatever.
Who sees the bottom of your feet?
And the Smeargle walks over and begins to paint the V, and you just like it's just like the Smeargle's just like gagging. And then Lola comes over and no issues at all. She's just like looking at Smeargle like, get it together, Inky. And she just presses the tattoo gun. And then you have the similar tattoo on the bottom of your foot going from black to silver to that very bright purple to a dark purple on the bottom of your foot.
All of a sudden you see Bud's steel leg stick up from out of nowhere, just right next to the foot.
Thanks, Lola. By chance, do you like to dance?
I don't dance.
Oh, that's too bad.
And then she she's on this little stool that she's kind of like jettisoning around, just like a spinning stool with 4 wheels on the bottom. And she just shit whips over to Jimmy, and is like, now Smeargle's kind of like sitting on like the armrest of the chair, just waiting for you to make a decision.
Bud looks dejected and waddles back over to June.
I will get a tattoo on my left shoulder blade.
Smeargle, like, once you kind of like signal to it, I'm assuming you want Smeargle to take your shirt off. What are we doing here?
I'll pull the shirt down like I'm getting a shot. Sort of reluctantly, still rather against the tattoo, but I will pull my shirt down and allow him to do his little thing.
Smeargle paints on the Void Spiral V, and Lola comes through, finishes it off with the tattoo gun, and you all are now branded into Team Void. All right. This is the moment you've been waiting for, something to actually do that isn't milling around.
Jennifer, Lola and Inky are here. Are you really going to like spill out our mission details in front of, them?
Mortimer, if you let me finish, you would have seen that I would have brought you back over to the Null and Void, where it's all people that run on missions. I mean, Lola, she's a Void member. Like, it doesn't... Like, you guys are brand new. It's not like a earth-shattering mission.
We're going on missions here.
Compartmentalization. Op security.
Right?
Geneva is again just Christ, just fucking to the null and void, and she just walks back across, orders 4 beers and 4 browns, sets them on the table you guys were at, and was like, "Whenever you guys want to sit down, like first mission, first thing we're gonna ask you to do, prove your worth and see what you all can actually do."
I'll sit down.
Yeah, June pulls up a stool once again.
Actually, but when I sit down, I kind of nudge Timber with my elbow and point to the bar, make a two finger symbol, and point back to myself. And he scuttles off to grab us a couple beers.
June kind of pats Bud on the back, and Bud waddles after Timber happily to try to get his trainer a brew as well.
Mortimer sits down and takes off his boot.
Sure, whatever.
Rick.
Like I'm not even gonna.
Rick, I'm in some pain here.
Geneva sees you take off the boot, and what clearly was an order for the table just smashes back the two of the brown stuff shots, and she's just like, ugh, and just kind of like rubbing her brow, and she's like, okay, like. It's usually more official than this, but you guys are just wearing me thin, so just give me a second. And she punches on her watch. She's like, yeah, Geneva. Yeah, they're in. Yep. The Fort Cinnabar. Are you sure these are the 3 we want to send on that? Okay. Sure. All right, well, they said this was going to be the easiest one, so you guys get the low-hanging fruit. To the south of Pallet Town is Fort Cinnabar. The most direct route to this former island is by the viaduct that was constructed 100 years ago that connects Pallet to Cinnabar Island after the third and final volcanic eruption created such a rift that the water receded, and it's now connected by this viaduct. It's known as Fort Cinnabar instead of Cinnabar Island because once that water receded and it was easily accessible, a military base was put there. However, now that there's one military that represents all of the regions, it has been recently sublet out to a large food manufacturer called Dunright Foods Incorporated. Now, again, they're saying it's the easiest because it's a food manufacturing plant, but I'm sure you all are gonna do so well. We heard some intel that in Dunright Foods, it's actually just a front for a research effort where they're currently developing a tech called an electromagnetic radar. This radar picks up the electromagnetic waves of electric-type Pokemon to track them. We need you to get into that facility. If they have a prototype, to take that. If they have plans for a prototype, to take those. If you can't leave with either of them, destroy them and tell us what you found. But since they're maintaining the guise of a food company, we're assuming that external resistance is going to be light because it still operates on a daily basis as a food manufacturer. So the question is, why is a food company dipping into this type of tech? So anything you can learn about that is a bonus. It is pretty late in the night, so we'll leave in the morning. But do you have any questions?
I got a question, Geneva.
June 1st.
June.
Thanks, Morty. I appreciate that, Morty. What does Void want with this electromagnetic radar, and why would we be taking it from somebody?
So fairly easy. Number one, the question is, for us, why does a food manufacturer developing this type of technology? That's a really big question. Number two, if Pokemon have gone extinct, the only people that operate with Pokemon that aren't Team Void are the industrial elites that are pushing us in that direction. Little Team Void history. When Team Void was found, we didn't use Pokemon. We were essentially eco-terrorists that were trying to dismantle operations, and we were almost crushed to the point of non-existence because our enemies were using Pokemon, and we didn't even know those were still in existence. So the question for us is, one, we can bolster, or the answer is, one, we can bolster our own Pokemon by having a way to find more electric types. And two, if it's not us, it's them. And if it's them, we certainly don't want them getting a hold of all the electric type of Pokemon that are remaining on Earth.
Geneva. 3 things. Number 1, and most important, I would avoid the use of the phrase eco-terrorist. I mean, obviously we're in now, but like in general, that doesn't seem like a phrase that you might, want to just throw around. Number 2, are we sure they're not trying to develop these? We used to have these things when I was younger. They were called microwaves.
Positive it's not microwaves, Morty.
Okay. And then number three, and most important, you said there was an aqueduct, a viaduct, a ductaduct?
Yeah, a viaduct.
Is that going to be swimming? Because I can't swim.
For Morty, I will say, for those listening, the viaduct connects Pallet and Fort Cinnabar and was able to be built because after the last time there was the volcanic eruption, all the water receded away that used to connect it by sea. So now that's a land transport in a straight shot from Pallet to Cinnabar. So no swimming, sir.
Do I have to walk?
So we're walking.
Do I have to walk all that way?
You don't have to walk. We have
It's a legitimate question.
No, it's a very legitimate question. You don't have to walk. You'll actually, we have for ground transport, we use Dodrios from this.
I have no. Is that what's a didgeridoo?
I feel like that will draw attention. We're drawing
To
attention
what?
to ourselves.
What are you talking? What's a didgeridoo?
On the way to this crime?
The only thing going to and from Fort Cinnabar is the route from Pallet to Cinnabar. And we have pretty good idea of their schedule of when the food transports actually happen. We're certainly not going to send you down this 1-lane shot to this spot where it's heavily guarded. Where it's heavily observed. Also, as I mentioned, from our understanding, they're really trying to hold down the impression of just a food manufacturing plant. So anything, there's no real heavy surveillance that surrounds this because it's just a food manufacturing plant.
Okay.
Rule number 1 is don't tell them. Don't tell them we're eco-terrorists. Right?
June just got a pat Morty on the back, like,
Concur.
good idea.
I concur.
And
concur with that.
The third shot of brown is in Geneva's gullet.
Geneva, my dear, don't worry. I already have a plan. I could probably do this myself. I'll take these guys along, show them a little bit of this and that. We're going to walk right in the front door. Don't you worry.
She goes, spot on. You'll be the first person to break into a food plant. Like,
I didn't say we're going to break in. We're going to walk in. I'm going to walk in the front door.
Walk into
That's
a food plant. She's just like, they literally gave you this because it's the least risk that we got. Like, the plant, it's a food plant.
Or they know that we are 3 unique individuals.
You're unique, all right.
With very different subset of skills.
Geneva takes the last shot of brown and she goes, I'll see you all at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Meet me back here and we'll get you together. I don't care if you have more questions, save them for tomorrow. And she stumbles out and then throws an arm around her Toxicroak as she leaves. And as she walks out the door, she just yells back, your sleeping quarters are on G3. And then peels the corner and heads towards the elevator herself.
June checks her watch. What time is it?
We'll say it's 1 a.m.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Jimmy Jam, June Bug, it's way past my bedtime. I've got to... If we're going to get up that early, I normally go to bed at 7. Mortimer just kind of turns and starts walking towards where he thinks the sleeping quarters are.
Yeah, June scoots at her chair, gives like a big stretch, and Aaron, who's beside her, kind of looks up and mimics the stretch. And she says, yeah, well, I guess we'll call it a night. We got a big day, Jimmy. We got to watch that one. She points in the direction of Morty.
Right. Jimmy heads straight back over to the gambling room.
Pierre-Luc sees Jimmy peel the corner, just completely inebriated. We're doing this again. And the Pokeball just cracks open, and Machamp grabs you and just frisbees your ass into the middle of the open space. And she goes, "We are closed for you."
No gambling in the gambling room. I understand. No gambling in the gambling room. I apologize, officer. I'll head back to my room.
Is that where we're gonna end it?
Yes.
Cool. Everybody, and welcome to You Meet in a Tavern presents Void. Kirk Dubé, your DM, I think is what we're going with here with the regular cast. We are bringing you episode 3. And Joe, did you do the recap last time?
No, I think Brian did the recap
pretty sure
last time.
I did.
All right, then Joe, you're on the button, buddy. What happened in episode 2?
All right, so after we fought, we were taken out of that room. Geneva was to take us on a tour. She took us into the elevator, which went up first, I believe, and we went to the ground level to find kind of like the decrepit old Professor Oak's lab in, kind of like all broken down. That's where the entrance to the hideout is, kind of inconspicuous. So she takes us down to another floor where it opens up and we're in like this large cafeteria area with a bunch of different hotspots around. There was the Black Void Market.
Mm-hmm.
There was the Null and Void Saloon,
Mm-hmm.
the Inkwell, which was the tattoo parlor,
Yep.
and then the Gamble Hall. And we kind of went around to the various areas. We went to the Gamble Hall. Jimmy tried to gamble, but was immediately thrown out by Pierre-Luc, who was the pit boss with his Machamp.
Yep.
And then we went over to the Null and Void to get a beer. We shared a beer. I named my Aaron Bud after Bud Light. And we sat down with Geneva and kind of went through our backstories and why we came to Void and how we ended up kind of in this place and where we were right before that. So we shared a little bit of backstories on our character, get a little bit more feel for the audience and for each other about what we're all about. And we were told of our first mission, which was to, you might have to help me out on this, steal a prototype of some kind of device that will track down electric type Pokemon.
Correct. It's called the electromagnetic radar.
Yeah, there we go. And that was being held on Cinnabar Island. So we were to take the aqueduct. All the water between Cinnabar and Pallet Town had dried up in this ecological kind of catastrophe, and we were going to travel down there and pose as I believe it was Walmart workers or of something of that type.
So that was never said, but I'm glad I'm glad you're just knifing that in there. But yeah, you're right. So Cinnabar Island, now known as Fort Cinnabar, which is kind of an abandoned military compound, has now been bought out and is being used by Done Right Foods, which is just kind of like a food manufacturer of sorts. You guys would know him kind of like a Hostess cake type manufacturer, like a very recognizable product to you all, as to any common level would know what kind of they make, the type of items they make.
They make ding dongs.
Correct. Yeah, snowballs, the whole kit. So you guys are going to take the aqueduct. You were told to meet in the morning, and we'll say it's the morning. Geneva left you all dejectedly drunk and told you all your quarters were on G3.
Nice. We also got some sick tattoos. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah, that's very important. The void-specific tattoos.
Joe only mentioned his Pokemon's name, which is, you know.
Oh, yeah, what?
Rick?
That's
right. Is it Rick or Ricky?
Oh, it was Rick.
It was Rick Ghastly.
Ghastly, that's right.
Morty and Rick Ghastly. June kind of gets up off her bed. Aaron was kind of sleeping at the foot of the bed, sagging the entire thing. So she kind of like rolls out of bed, gets herself looking presentable and heads downstairs. Or I guess
I can't remember. Where did we say we would meet? Was it out in front of the Null and Void or in the Null and Void? I can't remember.
That's fine. Either one.
We'll say it was in front of the Null and Void. That's fine.
When June arrives, Mortimer has clearly been sitting there for at least a couple of hours. He has like 4 or 5 cups sitting in front of him of coffee because Mortimer's an early riser.
He's old. He needs like 4 hours of sleep.
Right. Well, he went to sleep. He went to sleep before everybody else.
That's true. Jimmy went to sleep hard shortly after June did. Jimmy shows up.
Jimmy shows up. June is down there. Mortimer is tapping his foot, not the tattooed one, freshly inked up, but the other foot. And Geneva strolls up. And she rolls up. She looks a little weary, from the drinks hitting the night before. But she doesn't go out. She doesn't have to go out and do a mission or anything. So it's just, she's like, well, whatever. So she pulls up and she goes, I'm assuming you guys are ready to go. And she kind of leads you guys back out to the elevator that kind of opens up into that G2 level and brings you down to G6. She buzzes her watch and it brings you down to G6, but it's one of those floors like you don't remember her telling you guys have access to that. And it kind of kicks open and again, a subterranean level, it opens up and there's just a bunch of like stables and Team Void members running around caring for Pokemon and things of that nature. And when Geneva steps out, she just gets a wave from kind of one of the grunt hands that's down there working, and leads over to you 3 Dodrios, which I mentioned in the last episode. 3 Dodrios, which it's kind of like a bulbous core Pokemon. It's a bird Pokemon. Bulbous core, ostrich-like feet, and 3 heads. On each head is 2 black feathers, has a very bright red tail, very sturdy Pokemon. And Geneva just looks at you. They have reins kind of around the 2 outer beaks of the 2 outer heads that come to the middle. And she goes, she turns to you all. You all will be riding these down the aqueduct towards Fort Cinnabar. As I mentioned before, there's no shipments that are leaving or entering the island today. So you guys shouldn't have any obstructions on the viaduct. You should be well and clear until you get to the physical gate to the island. From there, you'll have to finagle your way in, however that is, through force or through force or finesse. And after that, you should meet very little resistance in the food manufacturing plant. Find the electromagnetic radar and its schematics, and take those and head back.
I have a question.
Yes.
are we going to be, when we walk up to the town, like first, or the fort?
Not a
fort.
town. The whole complex is the food manufacturing plant.
Right, the fort plant. We walk up, there's going to be guards who see us right when we walk up, right?
There may or may not be.
I mean, unless we sneak by them.
There might not be guards. We don't know what to expect simply because it's a food manufacturing plant. That's why we think it's going to be deceptively easy for you all to blend in and move along, because it's a food manufacturing plant, and we happen to get intel that they might be working on this prototype there as a cover.
Do they wear uniforms at this plant?
They some of the workers may. I doubt what the workers have to wear within their. I doubt what the workers have to wear while they're actually working on the food is what they would show up wearing. They probably just wear their street clothes in and maybe change or something like that.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Jimmy, as his part of his thingamajig, charlatan background, has a disguise kit and a set of fine clothes. He's going to change, not in front of everybody, into a more business casual outfit. Actually, he doesn't even change. He just buttons up his shirt. You can see here, he's got his chest hair showing or whatever. He buttons up his shirt, tucks it in, got a very business casual thing going on, and out of his disguise kit, he pulls a little name tag that says, what would this be called? Like, what's like a food?
To help, the place is called Done Right Foods, is what it's
Pastry
called.
chef.
Like a
No, but
food inspector, like a quality assurance inspector. Is that what you're thinking of?
But not like a government food inspector. Like
the ones that give the
like the
ratings,
FDA?
like the health.
Yeah, whatever the FDA for this.
Since it's your
world
idea,
is.
since it's your idea, and I've obviously not established that in this world, you get to name it. Go ahead.
We'll just call it the Food Safety Compliance Agency, the FSCA. I have a Food Safety Compliance Agency, and I just pin it onto my shirt, and I say, I'm ready to go.
Jennifer, how long is it going to take us to get to this Done Right Foods place?
The Dodrios are very fast. It shouldn't take you more than an hour to get there.
And Mortimer just kind of looks over at Jimmy and just kind of like shakes his head like, what an idiot. We've got to ride for an hour before we get there.
June, this whole time, is there asking questions and trying to come up with a plan, has moved over to one of the Dodrio a little timidly at first, but she pulls out a little snack from her pocket of her jeans and kind of feeds it to the Dodrio. They're having a moment, and she hops on, and Aaron tries to hop on behind, but just is struggling to get up. So June just kind of shakes her head and returns him back to the Pokeball. She pats the Dodrio on the side, and she's like, well, we're wasting time. Let's get up and get at him.
Geneva, as she sees you hop up and kind of raring to go, and sees Jimmy kind of fully decked out with the name tag, she kind of smirks and she goes, looks like you guys might be going with the finesse route. And she kind of waves back behind her, and there's this small kind of like door, like heavy door, begins to peel apart, and it's a tunnel that's clearly just going straight up, which will kind of be your exit, obviously, out of this Pokemon housing facility or whatever. And Geneva says, remember, the electromagnetic radar and the prototype, you have to come back with it. And if you can't come back with it, at least destroy it so they can't use it. And she goes, lastly, when you're ready for extraction and you're ready for the Dodrios to ride you out, hit me up on your watch. I'll be waiting for your call. If I don't hear anything by whatever the time is, 12 hours from now, so meet at 10, through this whole spiel, 11, get there noon. If I don't hear anything by midnight, I'll assume the worst, and we will send in our extraction group. But with that, she just kind of points you to the way out, and it's going to be evident when you go out where the aqueduct is. She points you on your way out, and she just gives you a good luck, and like pops an Advil and slugs a little bit of water and heads back towards the elevator.
Right before June and her Dodrio take off, June kind of lifts her sleeve up and points the watch at the bird.
Dodrio. One of Doduo's two heads splits to form a unique species. It runs close to 40 miles an hour on flat land.
40 miles an hour? Hot damn, let's get after it. And she kicks the side of the Dodrio and takes off up the tunnel.
And it kind of like and it just kind of like careens off, kicks up dust, and is just pistoling up this path out of the Pokemon Keepers area.
All right, I've got 2 questions out of character or whatever.
Yep.
Number 1, every time we see a new Pokemon, do we need to say that we're adding it to our Pokedex or whatever?
I'm going to say as long as... So, for your all's information, it's good to add it as a collective, right? But like since Joe did it, like, we're going to assume all 3 of you did.
Right, so as long as somebody just does it whenever we see a new one, just ask, okay.
Correct. And also to mention, in battles, if you see a new Pokemon, it's not going to use up a turn. It's like a free action.
Okay.
Like, you just get to do that, get that information. And again, remember, the watch can't necessarily identify all Pokemon.
All right, second thing is Rick gets I get the Nurse Path bonus right now, right? Because I'm level 2 and we just technically had a long rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can you get the bonus HP on Rick right now.
Okay.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to make sure.
Tins?
Oh, yeah. We didn't, I'm sorry. We didn't go over this too, but anytime you take a long rest, you get a Pokemon to choose to bond with. It's part of the rules. Since we only have one, I assume we all bond with the 3 Pokemon we have.
Mm-hmm.
So that adds 1 inspiration point to the Pokemon. So which means you can reroll.
You get to...
Yep. I don't think it's in the app.
You get to reroll one of your rolls of any type.
And you get 10 temporary HP. So you can add that to your... I know you can add that to the character. I'm not sure
To myself?
No,
to your Pokemon. 10
to the Pokemon.
Temporary HP to 1 Pokemon. You all each have 1. So Timber would get 10 additional HP.
Yeah, and 1 inspiration point.
Something I wanted to mention last time, but I didn't. You each have 1 standard potion that also came in kind of your starter kits.
Nice.
Which would have been the 500 Po-Yen, the 2 Void Pokeballs, and 1 standard potion. I forgot to say that, honestly, because I kind of thought I was going to tell you all the mission and then give you all that stuff, but that's not how it went down in the conversation, and I forgot to mention that. So please mark that down. Got it.
All right. As the door like closes behind Geneva, Mortimer kind of turns on. Geneva, she's gone. And just walks over to what he picks out his Dodrio and kind of hops on.
Jimmy also hops on and scampers off after June.
As Jimmy, you're the last one that hopped on. You're kind of the last one that crosses the threshold of those big iron gates. They slide back shut behind you, and you guys are just kind of in a very long, well-built underground tunnel that's clearly making its way up. And as you crest out of this tunnel, it's very well hidden through a thick grouping of trees. There's an established path, but if you're outside looking in, the trees are such set that you wouldn't be able to necessarily quickly identify that entrance. But you guys kind of burst through the trees, and as you do, the kind of clay-formed, sun-worn aqueduct kind of at the southern part of Pallet Town just kind of jettisons forward into what looks like, and kind of like in Las Vegas when you look down the strip, you can actually see for 4 miles, but it kind of gets hazy at the end. That's kind of the look you guys get as you peer down this aqueduct.
And are we over the ocean, or is the ocean gone?
So, the volcanic, the erratic volcanic eruptions have caused all the water to recede, which is why there's no longer ships going back and forth. That's why this aqueduct was built.
Got it.
Which has been obviously kind of forsaken over time for other means, but for you all, that's what you're using to get there.
Got it.
Not a lot of exciting action really happening on the aqueduct, so I'll just kind of read you this little thing I have written here. As the group travels down the viaduct towards Done Right Foods Incorporated, the early morning has a chill bite as the wind whips across your face. The Dodrios keep a good pace, bringing you towards your objective. The land that sprawls out from the dull, gray, and clay-laden viaduct almost resembles a desert as the now barren seafloor has been scorched by the sun. Suddenly ahead of you, a massively plain building seems to pop into existence with high fencing surrounding it, and a massive chain-link gate meets the end of the viaduct, Fort Cinnabar. So you guys are kind of rolling up to the gate. I'll say, actually, everybody give me a perception check.
Nice.
Oh, wow, that's one of my good ones. 6.
Natural 20.
Unnatural 23.
Mortimer, I'll speak to you here. You see the viaduct actually, while it looked straight, it was actually kind of peeling a little bit to the west. So Palatown is here. You guys are traveling south. So like southwest. And the viaduct actually ends in the northwestern corner of the Fort Cinnabar kind of island. As you come up, you do see the high fencing. You clearly see the enormous plain building where the food is being made and processed. Ahead of you to the right is kind of like pallets and skids kind of lined up, storage containers of that sort. To the left, you see this enormous double-propellered helicopter landing down in the open space to the east to your left. And right behind that helicopter is like an air traffic control center. Right ahead of you at the gate is actually the gate's open. And it only has one person standing there. Kind of looks like a little bit of a military uniform, but kind of distressed, kind of like a very relaxed vibe to the individual. And June, we'll say that, you know, Mortimer, you can relay this to everybody else if you choose. But June, you'd see about the same thing. You wouldn't necessarily get the finer details of the guard themselves, like kind of looking a little bit relaxed, timid, like not really expecting anything. And you do recognize that that person hasn't seen you yet. They're not on alert of you three and the 3 Pokemon you're currently riding.
I have a question.
Yep.
So most people have never seen a Pokemon.
Correct.
But does the government have Pokemon? Would an average civilian maybe not expect to see a Pokemon with a government official, but be like, oh, that makes sense. The government would have Pokemon. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, I understand your question very well. So if you recall in episode 2, when you were talking to Geneva, she did mention that she didn't know that government folks had Pokemon, and that's how Team Void almost got completely eradicated. And that's why they started employing Pokemon in their effort. So I would say it's not rare knowledge, but it's certainly not common knowledge either. There's probably a higher probability that a soldier or a military personnel would recognize or at least be tangentially aware of that versus, for example, maybe an employee working within the facility. And that's kind of the most I can give you.
Okay.
So yeah, June hops off her Dodrio, kind of like motioning to the guys, and takes out her Aaron, I guess, who thumps to the ground, and she says, "There's the guard up there. There's the entrance. What's our plan here, boys?"
I think. So hold on. Let me ask you this: if we just like walk up to the gate, it will appear as if we pedestrians have just like walked like 20 miles to get there.
It's clearly not the main way in. I mean, the double propellered helicopter coming down, I don't know what that tells you, but I mean, it's clearly a way that some people are coming in. Like, it's not delivering anything, right? It's arriving. It's not the main way in. It's for you all to figure out how you approach this. It's, again, as you do know, that it's mainly where trucks go in and out for deliveries, but today there are none, which is why you were sent that path.
So Jimmy says, back in character, I think we ride our Dodrios right up to the entrance of this place like we own it. And I'll talk the guard into letting us in, under the guise of being Food Safety Compliance Agency officers who are here to inspect the plant.
So I got one question about that plan. What do we do when we hop off these Dodrios and then they run away and we don't like return them to their Pokeballs? Isn't that like going to be a little suspicious?
It's government. They're government Dodrios. They're super well trained. They drop us off, they head out.
And if
They'll come pick us up when we're done with our inspection.
What if they don't buy it? What if... Is it smart to maybe have one of us go around back, look for a different entrance? Maybe do a little, be a little bit more secretive than just right up front like that?
So, we could do kind of like what June's saying and like try and work our way around and then try and cut through the fence and sneak in. And then we don't even have to deal with a guard.
Can Ghastly go through stuff?
I have no idea. He looks he's a ghostly.
Canonically, he can go. We'll say he can go through semi-permeable things. Chain link fences would be included in that.
Can he turn invisible?
Why don't you send Ghastly to scare the guard away?
That's a good. That Jimmy is a good.
Give him a lick. Give him a lick on the back of the head.
Maybe a mean look.
Maybe
That's
a mean
what I'm
look.
talking
About.
Yeah. We get inside. Once we're inside, we can do the food safety thing because we've already gotten past the guard. We got let in because we belong here.
I like that idea.
That's
Jimmy.
That's why they put us three together. That's an ingenious plan.
We're vibing.
Jimmy,
we're vibing.
Save your sweet tongue until we absolutely need it. Until we need an out.
Okay, let's do it.
So we kind of Mortimer kind of gets as close as possible without being noticed.
Can I just interrupt and say I'm fucking so excited that you guys are doing this because I didn't think this is how you guys were going to get in, and it's so good. Like you guys got to such a good result out of whatever this was, and it's not at all how I thought this was going to go. So super jazzed. Continue. Sorry, Mortimer.
From our
go ahead.
last campaign, I never thought three people could put together a useful plan.
No, which only proves that I was the fucking problem.
All right, so we get to kind of get as close as possible, and Mortimer motions Rick over. All right, Rick, here's the plan. I want you to approach the guard without anybody noticing. And when you get close, I want you to use hypnosis.
The Ghastly just kind of looks at you and goes, "Yes."
Exactly. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength here. That's why we're together. And Mortimer just kind of makes the shooing motion to Ghastly.
So I mean, you can describe it. You can describe it how you want, and then I'll plug in when it's time for the guard to do something.
So Rick Ghastly kind of just kind of floats along, slithers along the ground. As he approaches the guard, he kind of just starts slowly rising up off the ground to get like right in front of his face, and then slowly starts turning himself in circles while his eyes does like the little hypno circles thing right in front of the guard's face.
Okay, roll for or is hypnosis? I have to do a wisdom save, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. So what do I need to beat here?
Against my
in the Pokedex act.
my move DC 12.
Okay. So the guard rolls a 12. So
that passes.
So you're Ghastly swirling in front of this guard, and he's kind of like the guard is all of a sudden like just kind of leaning backwards, I shouldn't lean away from the mic, but leaning backwards, leaning forwards, and like his eyes start to flutter, and like his hand, like his military authorized firearm just starts like slipping out of his hand and kind of like caught around the shoulder strap, and then he snaps awake. And he just kind of tilts his head, kind of like a quizzitive dog, and then is just screams "Ah!" and takes off towards that air traffic control tower you saw before, and is just gone. Just Speedy Gonzalez, puff of dust behind his feet, and is just hooving it towards that air traffic control center.
Can we still see him? Can we still
guard?
see him from where we are?
You can see him run. I'm assuming Mortimer told you all about the air traffic control center, which now that you are looking for it, you see it. He is just clearly running in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Instantly, Mortimer gets out his Pokeball and recalls Ghastly.
Ghastly is sucked back into.
Guess it's time to get inside, boys.
Jimmy and June, recall your Pokemon. Jimmy, take the lead, and you be the food safety guy. And let's make the guard seem like he was crazy if they catch up to us.
Yep, on it. Let's all stroll inside.
Yep.
Okay, so you guys have all
sounds good.
pulled your Pokemon back, right?
Yep.
Is that what you said? Okay. You guys stroll through the gate. There's no one else in that area. As you stroll through the gate, though, as I said, the storage containers and everything are kind of to your right, kind of like along the edge of the fence, and to the left. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think June. I want June to look around for like cameras that might be in the front area. She's very much in this situation like she wants to sneak in and not be seen. She's not up to kind of going in and sweet talking her way in. This is a stealth mission to her. So as they're kind of walking up forward, she's going to push herself ahead a little bit and just see if she can see any cameras. Aaron's still by her side, but just a little bit behind, so he's kind of hidden.
Okay. Can I get a perception check?
Yeah, perception. Okay. That's an 18.
Okay. So as you're kind of like in the threshold of the viaduct to where you're actually entering the compound, to the top right, you notice along the fence one camera, but angled exclusively onto those storage bins and everything that are to your right. So essentially watching the air quotes, the goods, the food that is like lined up and ready to be delivered. And then to the far, far left, past the double propellered helicopter on the air traffic control tower, you see one camera that's on top of it looking back towards a set of doors on the plant.
Okay. So nothing that would be like in the line of sight to where we're going.
At this point, you can assume those are both easily avoidable.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, she kind of points those out to the guys, but we're not going to do anything with those yet.
So as you guys are strolling in, you notice out of that double propellered helicopter, 40 people have now climbed out and are actually walking past the air traffic control center through a set of double doors far on to your all's left, far on the left-hand side of the plant, just a set of double doors. And it's a lot of people holding lunch pails, kind of chatting it up. Looks like they're maybe getting ready for like the second shift of the day, like the 12 to 7 shift or like the 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. shift type of thing. And they're all moseying in that set of doors. Also, directly ahead of you is kind of like a roll-up garage door where maybe a semi would back up to have things loaded onto it so it could pull straight out onto the viaduct and go down the viaduct and transport food that way.
All right, so June kind of like tugs on Jimmy, brings everybody down, and she says, all right, Jimmy, you've got your disguise clearly. Mortimer, we've got nothing. Do we want to try to blend in with those people? Maybe we could find some stragglers.
And kill them?
I mean,
kill them? Are you guys gonna kill?
I'm really
No,
not
not
here
kill
for
them.
killing anybody, but are we talking about like splitting up, or Jimmy? Are we going to go? Are we?
I'm just saying, if we get caught in what we're wearing now, they're gonna be on.
They're going to be on to you. I look like a worker.
I will say this: the people going into work are wearing street clothes. There's nothing uniform or anything like that amongst those people.
Okay.
Let's just walk in.
I think June has the right idea here, Jimmy. I really think that we should try and blend in with the group, get inside, and then maybe we can split off from there if we want to.
I agree with you, but I'm saying we just walk in. That's how we blend in. What's everybody else doing? Just strolling in naturally in street clothes.
Let's do this before they get in there and we lose our chance. And we're gonna walk after them to try to just walk right in, right?
Yeah, kind of skirting trying to get as close to the helicopter, avoiding the camera, so it looks like we're coming out of the helicopter and we're just kind of straggling behind.
Jimmy ducks, past the helicopter and sort of jogs behind everybody like he's trying to catch up. Like he was just, he's getting his stuff off the helicopter, and everybody else walked in first.
So, I think a stealth check is in order, and obviously you're not trying to be quiet, but you're trying to blend in with what's going on. So if you guys could each roll a stealth check, please.
What about performance?
Could we do
This is
stealth
not
or?
good.
No, this is not performance.
Yeah.
This is not good.
But we're acting. Okay.
No, you're
It's not
acting and running into people.
I'm
fuck are you talking-
acting natural, like a worker.
Mortimer gets a 12.
Okay.
That is a 6.
Stealth.
Okay.
20, but not natural.
Okay. So Mortimer, it's almost like you guys let him go first because he's so fucking old and he's gonna need more time or something. And he kind of just happens to knife in and trips past somebody and just kind of ends up in this crowd of people that are walking. June kind of stifles a laugh or whatever, and then you just seamlessly interject yourself. And Jimmy, you are just cock of the walk, chest puffed, and you take 2 steps out from behind the helicopter, and immediately you feel a fucking huge hand land on your shoulder. And you get spun around, and it's a military police officer. He goes, "Hey, what were you doing behind the chopper?"
Sir, my friend, I was just arriving here with everyone else. I'm here, and he flashes out of his pocket a badge. It's just a generic badge, but he flashes it really quick and then sets it back down. I'm here to inspect the plan. I showed up with everyone else. What do you mean what I was doing in the chopper?
Well, I'm going to need to see the badge, not just have it flashed at me. And I'm going to need to tell you what your actual business here is, because we don't have any logs entered for anybody of any agency showing up for this work shift.
Well, all right.
Hey, you always wanted to flex your deception muscles. It's time, buddy.
I auto-failed that deception check. So, Jimmy checks his pockets and he says, "Oh, you know what? I think I left my badge. I left my credentials on the helicopter. Why don't we do this? Walk with me. We'll go in the helicopter. I'll get my credentials and I'll show them to you."
That seems reasonable enough. The officer prods you along and follows
so I'm
you.
walking directly in front of him.
Correct.
Once we get on the helicopter, where no one else is around, right? Or we're in the back of the helicopter, right? It's a big helicopter.
Yeah, one of the exiting bays. You guys walked up. We'll say the back one.
Okay,
whatever. It doesn't matter. But it's empty. It's you two now.
Okay, so Jimmy slides Pokeball out of his sleeve where he had been hiding it and subtly tosses it behind him. And Timber, who I will call Lenny, we decided that last night while on a bender together, pops out behind the guard. Hopefully the guard doesn't notice. And Timber knocks him out with his 4x4. Jimmy drops him out. He pops out. Once he knows he's out, he's like, "Can you help me out with this guy, buddy?"
And when you say that, the guard looks at you and goes, "Help you out with what?" He clearly didn't see. Hold on. Let's make it official. Okay, that's a 2. So he turns to you and goes, "Help you out with what? I need to see your ID." And he is completely caught unawares on this Timber roll. You'll have advantage on whatever you are trying to do with
He's
Timber.
going to give him a pound to the head, try and knock him unconscious.
Okay, and you're letting Timber make this decision, right? Because you said, "Can you help me out with this, buddy?" So the Timber is going to pound the shit out of him with his 4x4?
Yep. Okay.
Excellent. Love
Good
it.
thing I have advantage. Not going to tell you what that was. Fucking A. I rolled a natural 1 and then a 2. So, Timber's strength, I'll have a look here at my Pokedex app, is plus
Now,
Plus
I will
four.
remind
Plus
you.
four.
Now, wait a second.
Yes,
You have
I'm gonna
inspiration,
reroll.
remember?
I reroll. 3. That's a 3. I rolled a 1, and then a 2, and then a 3. So with my plus 4 strength, that is a 7. Does a 7 do it, Kirk?
It does not. The MP is just like Timber takes the meanest. Actually, Timber takes 3 swings. Like just swings and a miss is bad that the guard like doesn't like feel or like feel anything going on. Swings and a misses on a second one, and on the third one, Timber just barely catches a little bit of the guard's clothing.
Jimmy, hold on. Jimmy immediately springs into action, reacts to this situation, and he goes, "Oh my God! Watch out, buddy! There's a monster!" And he thrusts himself between the soldier and Timber and dives on him as if to subdue him, saving the soldier's life. Or so the soldier thinks.